Hey guys, how are all of you beautiful people doing? Hope all of you are doing fine, and yes, this is the another amazing video of Reincarnated in Naruto. So without any delay, let's start the story. Swish swish swish. At this moment 3 young shinobi fell from the sky and expertly landed on a train currently running on the outskirts of Konohagakure. One shinobi had bright and spiky yellow hair and light blue eyes. He had a black jacket and black athletic pants on and whisker-like birthmark patterns on his cheeks. He was exactly Uzumaki Boruto, the one and only son of the current 7th Hokage Uzumaki Naruto and Hyuga Hinata. The second shinobi had a green jacket and blue pants on with semi-long black hair tied up above his head. The son of Narushikamaru and Tamrai, Narushikadai. As for the last shinobi, he had short messy brown hair and purple eyes. He wore a white t-shirt with an auburn-colored jacket and black pants, as well as a necklace that had a small ornament of a flying thunder god kunai on it. His name was Karasuma Hiroshi, the son of the 6th Hokage Karasuma Izaya and Hyuga clan head Hyuga Hanabi. The 3 of them sat down on the train as it continued traveling around the outskirts of the village. They had rushed out early in the morning to get one of the new limited edition green chili hamburgers. Boruto looked down at his lunch and shouted excitedly, "All right. Made it just in time. The new limited edition green chili hamburger." Shikadai just let out a sigh as he remarked, "Why did I have to come also?" Hiroshi plopped down next to them and commented, "Is it even going to taste good?" Boruto smiled at his cousin's comment and replied, "Heh. Burgers are the best. It's a limited edition, so it's gotta be good." Despite all the hype, they still stared a bit doubtful at the burgers in their hands before all 3 of them took a bite. Not a second had passed before all 3 of them coughed aloud and quickly took a sip of the drink in their hands. "Spicy," Boruto remarked. "You can say that again," Hiroshi agreed. The 3 of them sat in comfortable silence as they relished the feel of the wind on their skin as the train took them around the village. The large stone faces of all 7 Hokages could be seen in the distance. As Boruto took in the sight before him, he remarked, "This train sure is convenient. It's nice not having to walk and run everywhere." Shikadai quickly chimed in, "Well, Konoha is getting more and more modern. Don't forget that we have to attend the academy tomorrow." Boruto widened his eyes in surprise as he forgot. "Oh. You're right. It is tomorrow, huh?" Hiroshi nodded. "Right. Did you guys choose to continue your shinobi training? Or did you guys choose to do something else?" Boruto just let out a sigh. Hara. He stared at the Hokage stone faces, particularly at the 6th and the 7th. "Hey, Hiroshi. Your dad was the 6th Hokage. How often do you see Uncle Izaya anyways?" Hiroshi gave a thoughtful look before replying, "MNNNNNN. Well, Dad is away on missions a lot. Mom says that Dad abdicated his position as the 6th Hokage for Uncle Naruto because there were things that only Dad could do which required his attention outside of the village. Honestly, I don't really understand, but Dad tries to come back home as often as he can. Sometimes he comes back every month for a few days. Other times he stays for a few weeks. It's rare, but there are times when he's home for a few months at a time." Boruto frowned. "Aren't you frustrated or mad that he's gone so much? What about your mom? Doesn't she feel lonely or sad? Or what about your sister Ira? What does she think?" Hiroshi just tilted his head to the side as he gave it some serious thought. I mean, it would be nice to have Dad around more. Mom always looks happiest when Dad comes home. And Dad always looks happiest when he's with Mom. Every time Dad comes home he always tells us how much he loves her. And every time he leaves I can tell how sad he is. I can't say that I'm really frustrated or mad that Dad is gone so much. Every time he comes home he smothers Ira and I, telling us how much he loves us. It gets a little embarrassing at times. So what I'm trying to say is that I guess I'm okay with our family's current dynamic. After all, even though Dad is gone a lot he taught me all of the skills I know. As for what Ira thinks, I can't really speak for her. Boruto let everything Hiroshi said sink in before Shikadai interjected, so. Boruto, did you choose to continue your Shinobi training? Boruto shrugged and replied, what do you mean? Are we supposed to choose or something? Shikadai and Hiroshi simply stared at each other in disbelief from what they just heard Boruto say. Boruto took note of their strange expressions, so he asked, what? Did I say something weird? Shikadai face-palmed as he replied, Boruto, don't tell me that after all this time you don't even know how the academy system works. Boruto laughed awkwardly and awkwardly scratched the side of his cheeks. Ha ha, well, you know I've always been more of a go-with-the-flow kind of guy. Shikadai just let out a loud sigh before saying, Boruto. Listen. I'm only going to explain once, okay? We've been attending the academy since we were 5 years old. I'm really surprised you don't know how the system works. Enrollment into the academy begins at 5. For the first 3 years all students learn the basic subjects such as reading, writing, math, science, and history. During the 3rd year attending the academy, that is when we're introduced to the ways of Shinobi. Everyone learns about the ways of Shinobi and learn basic self-defense and basic knowledge essential for ninjas for the next 2 years. We just completed that course. So tomorrow is when we can choose to either continue our studies as a ninja or to drop the subject completely. For those who drop the subject they can choose to focus on another area they want, like business, politics, medicine, general studies, etc. For those who choose to continue their studies as a ninja they will have to keep up with their general studies as well as their ninja studies. They will focus on learning taijutsu, bukajutsu, genjutsu, and ninjutsu for the next 2 years. During the final year they must take several milestone exams. The first is a written exam covering the basics of their general studies. The second is the tree climbing and water walking exercise. This tests a Shinobi's ability to mold, infuse, and control chakra. The third is the ability to create a basic clone and use the transformation jutsu. And these tests can be taken as many times as needed throughout the final year. If you pass these 3 milestone tests during the final year then you can take the final graduation exam. This system was developed and created by the 6th Hokage after the 4th Great Ninja War. Isn't the 6th Hokage your uncle Boruto? I thought you'd at least know how the academy worked. Boruto widened his eyes in surprise as he remarked, Uncle Izaya was the one who created the current educational system in Konoha. He then turned to Hiroshi for confirmation as Hiroshi nodded his head and replied with a bit of pride, yup. Dad's awesome. Boruto gave a doubtful look. Really? Well, I've only gotten to meet Uncle Izaya a few times before but they were really brief and I was pretty young back then. Is Uncle Izaya really that awesome? Shikadai turned to Boruto and said, honestly you don't read much history books, do you? Why should I? If you did you would know at least a bit more about Lord 6th Hokage. Even your own dad for that matter. That seems bothersome. Shikadai let out a sigh. You know, Boruto, your dad and Lord Sixth are considered war heroes from the Fourth Great Ninja War. Boruto nodded with disinterest. Yeah, I know. So many people in the village talk about it that it gets old hearing about it, you know. Well, it's true. I hear that Lord Seventh is known as the hero of the Hidden Leaf. In the history books, Lord Seventh has several titles that were granted to him, such as the Child of Prophecy, Savior of the World, the Demon Fox Shinobi, the Orange Hokage, and the Second Iron Cage. Boruto tilted his head a bit confused. Second Iron Cage? What is that? Isn't Dad the Hokage already? Hiroshi interjected at that moment. Oh. Dad also has the title of Iron Cage, except he's called the First Iron Cage. Supposedly it was a title that was granted to only 5 shinobi in the entire world, and it means the Eternal Shadow. It was a title given by the 5 daimyos for their outstanding military service during the Fourth Great Ninja War. The title of the First Iron Cage was given to Dad. The Second Iron Cage to Lord Seventh, the third to Uncle Sasuke, the fourth to Uncle Haku, and the fifth to Uncle Kimimaro. Boruto raised his eyebrow, seemingly interested. Really? Shikadai coughed, bringing Boruto and Hiroshi's attention back to focus. Oi, Boruto, you still haven't answered the question. So, are you going to continue your shinobi training? Boruto laid down on the train and simply replied, yeah. I guess so. None of the other things really interest me. Shikadai looked a bit doubtful. Boruto, don't go doing stuff to embarrass your dad, since it'll probably reflect on me too. What? Oi, your mom is always telling me to watch out for you. Mom does. Hiroshi lightly chuckled and placed an arm around Boruto's shoulder. Hey, my cousin does get in trouble often. Boruto grumbled. Oi, Hiroshi. Whose side are you on? You're supposed to be my cousin. After a few more minutes of playful banter, the three of them went their separate ways. As Hiroshi dashed off towards the Hyuga residence, he stopped midway and stared towards the great stone Hokage faces. Particularly the one at Izaya's stone face. Dad, I wonder where you are right now. After thinking to himself for a moment, he quickly continued on his way. Just as he opened the door to the Hyuga compound, he was greeted by the sight of his sister Ira in the middle of her taijutsu training. She had soft snow-white hair just like Izaya, and her personality was similar to Izaya's as well, whereas he was the opposite. His hair was brown like Hanabi's and his personality was similar to hers also. However, they both had one similar feature, and that was their purple eyes. Although neither Hanabi nor Izaya had purple eyes, their eye color was the product of a unique and natural mutation in their genes. He and his sister were born as fraternal twins, although he was older by a few seconds. Hiroshi smirked as he sneaked around the corner of the compound to hide in the shadows. Just as Ira turned her back towards him to perform a spinning kick, he dashed out and attempted to tackle her to the ground. However, the moment he successfully grabbed her by the waist, he was met with a puff of smoke as he held nothing but a piece of log in his arms. Too late into the dive, he plopped on the ground with the piece of log and groaned. How long have you known I was there, Ira? Ira had a look of indifference on her face as she leaned against the fence in the courtyard and replied, ever since you got back. Hiroshi just stuck out his tongue in a playful manner at his sister. Next time. He then walked off inside. As Ira watched Hiroshi's retreating form, the indifferent expression on her face changed to that of a light smile as she whispered to herself, "You haven't changed at all, big brother." The next day all the students who had chosen to continue their shinobi training gathered outside the academy as Lord Seventh stood at the very front in preparation to address the new young prospective shinobi. However, the speech was delayed as two individuals were missing. They were a boy named Denki, the young heir to the Kamineron Corporation, and of course Boruto. Hiroshi and Shikadai stood next to each other as they gave each other a knowing glance. Shikadai whispered, seriously, that Boruto? Didn't I tell him not to do anything to trouble his dad? Even I made it on time. Hiroshi just sighed. It can't be helped. We're talking about Boruto here, you know. Shikadai simply nodded his head in agreement before taking a quick peek at Ira, who was standing by Sarada and Kocho. Her hair was snow white and seemed silky soft. It flowed beautifully down her back, reaching just above her waist. She wore a white battle dress that just covered her shoulders down to just above her knees, and on her arm she had black arm sleeves that partially covered her hands up to her elbows. The dress had an open part on the right side of her lower waist, slightly exposing the white shorts she wore underneath. A long black ribbon was tied around her waist area, and she wore long white stockings that reached the middle of her thighs with snowflake patterned designs on them. A necklace with a small flying thunder god ornament on it was worn around her neck. Shikadai couldn't help but be mesmerized at the natural charm and beauty Ira emitted. There was something about her that just seemed pure, yet dangerous. She gave off an air of mystery just like her father, the sixth Hokage, did in the past. And that feeling of being mysterious is what drew him and many others into wanting to know more about her. Hiroshi noticed Shikadai's distracted look, so he turned to see what Shikadai was staring at. However, he only took note of Kocho, Sarada, and his sister and got confused. Shikadai, what are you staring at? Shikadai flinched and his cheeks turned a hint of pink as he realized Hiroshi caught him red-handed. He lightly coughed and responded, ahem. Nothing. Hiroshi gave a doubtful look but simply shrugged his shoulders. It wasn't long after that a single train cart burst through the air and crashed into the stone face of the seventh Hokage on the cliffside, revealing Boruto and Denki as Boruto loudly declared his presence. Everyone on the ground stared dumbfoundedly at Boruto's extravagant entrance. Especially Naruto. Due to that incident, everyone was dismissed early. As Ira took her leave, another girl quickly jogged over to her and greeted, Ira. It's been a while. You doing all right? Ira observed the girl in front of her. She was a beauty with pretty red hair that fell 3 inches below her shoulders with dark brown eyes. She wore a light blue shirt, blue fingertip-less gloves, and black shorts with black stockings. This was Yuki Asuka, the daughter of Yuki Haku and Uzumaki Akane. Ira nodded in acknowledgement of Asuka's presence and replied, Hey Asuka. I'm fine. You? Asuka grumbled in annoyance. Can you believe Boruto? If he was going to make an entrance like that where we had to cancel the opening ceremony, he should have let us know. I could have slept in then. Ira's lips curled in a light smile before she resumed her indifferent expression. It was at this moment that Hiroshi jogged up to them and greeted, Asuka. You're here. Asuka glanced at Hiroshi matter-of-factly and replied, Of course I'm here. My dad would be passive-aggressively nagging me all day about it otherwise. Hiroshi smiled at her answer. Ira sighed inwardly to herself as she watched her happy-go-lucky brother converse with Asuka. They had known Asuka ever since they were little, since their fathers were sworn brothers. And ever since she could remember, her big brother Hiroshi had always had a soft spot for Asuka. She lightly coughed and made up a convincing lie to excuse herself from them giving Asuka and Hiroshi some more time alone together. She wandered about the village before finding herself in front of the large cliffside where the stone faces of all the Hokages were. She looked up at the sixth Hokage's stone face. The face of a handsome young man with a blindfold covering the eyes was carved on the cliff. Her father's face. "Papa. Where are you? I miss you. Mom misses you too. It's already been 2 months since you last came home. Are you all right? Are you safe?" As she stood there lost in her thoughts, she failed to notice the footsteps of someone approaching behind her until right at the last moment. She flinched and was just about to dash backwards to distance herself when she heard the familiar voice of the seventh Hokage. "Whoa. It's just me. Sorry, I didn't mean to startle you." Ira quickly reined in her emotions and saluted Naruto as she said, "Greetings Lord 70H. Naruto just scratched the side of his cheeks awkwardly before saying, "Ira. It's been a long time since I last saw you. Hiroshi too. You've gotten taller since then." Ira simply nodded her head. "MN." Naruto was at a bit of a loss for words at how short Ira kept her responses. He racked his brains for how to keep the conversation going when he took a glance up at the Hokage stone faces and instantly knew why Ira was here. Thinking about your dad, huh?" Ira flinched at Naruto's comment but nodded. "MN. Lord 70H. HM. Do you know where Papa is?" Naruto felt completely stumped since he actually didn't know where Izaya was but didn't want to tell Ira that for fear that it might cause her to needlessly worry, so he rubbed the back of his head and amiably replied, "Your dad is on an S-rank mission." Well you see, S-rank missions are kind of classified so I can't really go into the details, but just know that where your dad is right now he can definitely handle it. I know it's been a while since you last saw him but I've known your dad for a long time. He'll turn up when you least expect it." Ira simply nodded at Lord 70H's explanation and whispered, "Okay." 2 weeks came and went as all students went to their respective classrooms. The 2 weeks also marked the end of Boruto's suspension, so today was technically his first day of attending the Shinobi geared class courses. Everyone gossiped amongst themselves as Boruto entered the room. Boruto ignored them and took a seat right next to Shikadai and Hiroshi. Before long Shino entered the room as he was their class instructor. As Shino gave some introductions and instructions, everyone followed him outside for their daily taijutsu exercises. While everyone was practicing their taijutsu, Shino had Boruto complete the obstacle course in the courtyard meant for evaluating his current proficiency standing as a shinobi. As Boruto breezed through the course and reached the end, Denki walked over to congratulate him. "Nice Boruto. You tied for the second spot time-wise in completing the course." Boruto raised his eyebrow with a bit of surprise and remarked, I wasn't first." "Who is then? And wait, what do you mean tied for second place?" Denki opened his laptop and pulled up a chart. Well, it doesn't look like the first place holder is here right now. Apparently he thinks it's a waste of time hanging out with a bunch of amateurs. As for the person you tied with, it's before Denki could finish, Hiroshi dashed over and wrapped an arm around Boruto's shoulders, replying, "It's me." Boruto widened his eyes in shock. "Ehhh. Hiroshi. So it was you." He. Surprised. Boruto simply grumbled as he shook out of Hiroshi's grip. "Honestly, I didn't know you were actually that skilled as a shinobi." Hiroshi simply grinned. "Hey, we may have grown up together but we never actually sparred. We just played around." At that moment Shikadai walked over and commented, Yeah. That's what you guys call it, but in truth you both just played a bunch of pranks on people. Boruto awkwardly coughed and replied, hey, people just need to learn to lighten up a little. That's all. Shino watched this banter go on as a doubtful and worried expression filled his face. How did the son of both the 6th Hokage and 7th Hokage end up to be such troublemakers? It wasn't long before lunchtime rolled around the corner. As Shikadai, Denki, Boruto, and Hiroshi waltzed back into the classroom to discuss what to eat, they heard a loud and rude voice. Go find some other place to be noisy. I'm using this place right now. You're bothering me. The four of them turned to see a student get up from a desk in the back as that student glared at them in annoyance. Boruto tilted his head unamused. Who's he? Denki quickly replied, that's Iwabe. Shikadai chimed in as well, he's the repeater Iwabe. Rumors say he failed the graduation exams twice. Boruto simply smiled amiably. Oh. So you're our senior. Nice to meet you. Iwabe frowned and snarled, don't get all friendly with me. You damned Hokage's son. Not only did Boruto frown, but Hiroshi also clenched his fist in disapproval. Boruto replied with a dark undertone, it doesn't matter whose son I am. Iwabe immediately jumped down and gripped Boruto by the collar. Well, I don't like the idea of having a guy like you around all the time. Hiroshi stepped forward and slapped Iwabe's hand away as he retorted, keep your hands to yourself. We didn't do anything to you, yet you're picking a fight where there doesn't need to be one. At that point many of the other students began trickling back into the room to witness what was going on. Iwabe smirked mockingly. Oh. So the son of the 6th Hokage and the son of the 7th Hokage are teaming up, huh? How disappointing. Hiroshi gritted his teeth, holding back his frustration. Hokage this, Hokage that. Does it matter who our parents are? It just sounds like you're making up excuses to pick a fight. Iwabe frowned. You both are eyesores. Two brats riding on their father's coattails. Boruto snarled and dashed at Iwabe as he shouted, bastard. Take that back. However, Iwabe parried Boruto's attack and gripped him by the shirt, tossing him against the chalkboard in the room as he provoked, what's the matter? You aren't even worth my time. If you've got a problem with me, then come at me. Hiroshi frowned, and just as he was about to step in, Boruto said, wait. Hiroshi. I'll handle it. Iwabe smirked and slammed his ninja staff on the ground. Listen up. Strength is everything for a ninja. What's the use of studying like all of you? Even the present Hokage was the strongest in all of history. As long as you're strong, you can get away with anything. Hiroshi frowned at Iwabe's speech. You're wrong. My father told me that those who have strength have a responsibility to ensure it is used in the right way. It is because powerful shinobi in the past abused their strength which caused the Fourth Great Ninja War. Father and many others fought to end that war and held accountable those who began it. This was only possible because they studied and understood the history of the shinobi world. Iwabe scowled. HMPF. You're the son of the 6th Hokage. You've been in the limelight all your life. Of course you would spout ideological nonsense so easily. The 6th and the 7th used power to end the war. Denki frowned and retorted, but the 7th Hokage has even stated that he wishes to use ninjutsu in more peaceful ways. Iwabe snarled and gripped Denki by the shirt. Weaklings like you are a nuisance. At that moment Boruto intervened and freed Denki from Iwabe's grasp. So your definition of strength is bullying people into doing what you want. HMPF. I had decided that I wouldn't fight here and cause much trouble, but I'll take you on. What do you say? Iwabe simply smirked. Soon after, the entire class had relocated underneath the school compound where the training arena was located. Everyone stood or remained seated in the stands as Iwabe and Boruto stood in the arena. At this moment Hiroshi and Ira stood by Shikadai, Denki, Sarada, Kocho, and the class representative Sumaya. Boruto and Iwabe began their fight as everyone simply watched. How annoying! Sarada commented on the side. Ira simply nodded her head in agreement before turning to Hiroshi and whispered, "Good job." Hiroshi smirked. "Good job. I'm assuming you're referring to the fact that I didn't let my emotions overcome me and pulverize that guy to death when he spoke about Dad like that." Ira simply didn't comment as she watched the fight. MN. Boruto's taijutsu skills are pretty impressive. He's keeping up with that senior student Iwabe, but he lacks Iwabe's overall physical strength. Boruto has an edge in speed and agility though. Not bad. His skills are close to that of Hiroshi's. Maybe even on par. Taijutsu-wise at least. He can even do the shadow clone jutsu ha. Denki turned to Hiroshi and whispered, "Hey, do you think Boruto is going to be okay?" Hiroshi pondered for a moment as he tracked the fight before responding, "MN. There's no need to worry. He lacks Iwabe's physical brawn, but he makes up for it with his agility and creativity. To be honest, Boruto and I are probably even in our taijutsu skills. We haven't actually fought before, but I can tell by the way he moves." Denki tilted his head as he caught a glimpse of Ira and whispered, "You and your sister are twins, right? Is she just as skilled as you in taijutsu?" Before Hiroshi could answer, everyone heard Iwabe scream out in frustration and anger as he dashed away from a worn-out Boruto and over to his weapon, picking it up. Ira frowned in disapproval as she glanced over at Hiroshi, who nodded at his sister in silent understanding. Iwabe gripped his weapon and slammed it on the ground, causing a giant wave of rock, earth, and debris to come crashing towards Boruto. Hiroshi narrowed his eyes in disapproval. HMPF. This guy said he wouldn't use his weapon but ended up going back on his word. Since you cheated, don't blame me for intervening. Boruto is my cousin. Hiroshi quickly formed the hand signs of rat, dog, and tiger and said, "Wood style, wood dome jutsu." Just before the giant mass of earth could smash into Boruto, a wooden dome appeared in front of him, effectively blocking Iwabe's attack. Everyone widened their eyes in complete shock. Sarada fixed the glasses on her head to make sure that she wasn't seeing things. Wood style. The same as the sixth Hokage. Shikadai glanced at Hiroshi with incredulity, but no words came out. Boruto also looked at the wood dome in front of him in a daze before turning towards Hiroshi with a complicated expression. Hiroshi frowned and said, "Iwabe, you promised not to use your weapon, so don't say I'm being meddlesome or unfair. Boruto nor I are riding on our father's coattails. I hope you can see that now." Iwabe flinched and stared dejectedly at his hand that held his weapon as he apologized. It wasn't long after as Shino rushed into the arena hall in shock and began to strictly lecture everyone. After that incident, the days passed by quite peacefully, aside from a few minor strange incidents happening in the village. Iwabe began coming to class regularly and started to interact more with others in a more friendly manner. He even attempted to study diligently. A week came and went as Ira and Asuka were walking towards the Hyuga residence. They had just gone out to a food stall and bought some meat skewers. Meat skewers were the favorite food of Asuka's dad Haku, and over time Asuka took a liking to them as well. She had asked Ira to accompany her, to which Ira agreed. As they were walking in comfortable silence, they took note of Boruto, Shikadai, and Inojin hiding behind a bush as a distraught and angry-looking Metal seemed to be searching for them. Asuka tilted her head in curiosity and walked over to them as she said, "Yo! What are you guys doing? Playing hide-and-seek?" At Asuka's loud words, the three hiding in the bush immediately had a deadpan and panicked expression on their faces. Metal turned to look at them and smiled sinisterly. "So there you are." Asuka only remained confused and asked, "Metal, you okay? You seem a bit out of it." Boruto widened his eyes in alarm and quickly said, "Asuka, Ira, run. There's this weird aura around Metal and it's making him crazy. He's attacking anyone and everyone. It's just like the other weird incidents that happened this week." At Boruto's words, both Ira and Asuka flinched in surprise as Metal quickly dashed over and attacked. However, just as Metal threw a palm strike at Asuka, she expertly sidestepped and countered, gripping Metal's wrist and swinging him in a circle before tossing him through the air. Metal quickly spun his body in several somersaults to stabilize his body before landing perfectly back on the ground. Asuka narrowed her eyes in surprise and a bit of excitement. "Oh! Not bad. Very interesting. Metal is the son of the famous Taijutsu expert Rock Lee. Then let me see just how good you are." Without further notice, she and Metal began to engage in a fierce whirlwind of hand-to-hand combat, all the while Boruto, Shikadai, Inojin, and Ira stood on the side watching. Ira watched with indifference, however, the three boys simply had their jaws drop in shock. Inojin awkwardly smiled and commented, "I didn't know Asuka was skilled in Taijutsu." Shikadai nodded in agreement. "It's not only that. Metal is extremely agile and speed is one of his strongest attributes. Not to mention he's extremely strong, but Asuka is matching him blow for blow." "How?" The three of them turned to Ira for an answer as she simply shrugged. "Asuka isn't as physically strong as Metal. But there's no one faster than her. She has a unique Keki Genkai. Metal won't be able to keep up. It's Asuka's win." The three boys only became more shocked as they gave the same dumbfounded expression. Boruto quickly asked, "Asuka has a Keki Genkai. First Hiroshi and now Asuka. Isn't that supposed to be super incredibly rare? What kind of Keki Genkai is it that lets her move so fast?" Ira stared at Asuka's fight with Metal without answering for a few moments before saying, "It's called Swift Style. I heard from Papa a long time ago that it's an extremely unique and rare combination of wind nature and yang nature. The wind gives rise to incredibly swift speed and the yang allows it to manifest as an enhancement to the body's physique." The three boys could only stare on in even more astonishment as they returned their attention back to the fight. Boom! Bang! Smack! At this point both Asuka and Metal had exchanged more than hundreds of punches as their fists moved as fast as the wind. However, Asuka was slowly becoming faster and faster and faster to the point that Metal's attack and eyes could no longer keep up. Just as Metal struck out with his fist, Asuka disappeared from his sight and appeared right behind him, striking his back with a sharp elbow blow. Bang! Metal was instantly flung into a tree. Before he could recover, Asuka appeared by his side and kicked him right in the head, knocking him out. At that point Boruto's vision obscured slightly as he saw the dark aura detach itself from Metal and vanish into thin air. He tilted his head in confusion but thought nothing of it as his vision returned to normal. Asuka took a deep breath in before taking a deep breath out and commented, "Amen. That was a good fight. Metal definitely lives up to being the son of one of Konoha's greatest taijutsu users. If I lost focus for just a moment, I could have been the one who lost. She quickly returned to Ira's side and said, "See you guys. Come on, Ira. Let's go." Ira simply nodded and walked off along with Asuka, leaving Boruto, Shikadai, and Inojin completely dumbfounded. The next day at the academy there was a loud shout as Sarada and Boruto fought over the last piece of the yakisoba bread in the cafeteria. The guys stood behind Boruto while the girls stood behind Sarada. Ira simply watched in quiet amusement as she ate her own yakisoba bread. Just as they were about to fight, Shino quickly appeared and mediated. However, things didn't quite go as everyone expected, as Shino quickly said, "After class I'll prepare a battleground for you all." Ira slightly flinched in surprise after hearing what Shino-sensei said and gently placed her yakisoba bread back down. And just like that, after class the boys and the girls were split on either side in front of the academy gates. Ira just sighed to herself. How did I end up getting dragged into this mess? Hiroshi stood on the opposite side of the girls by Boruto and the others with a fiery expression in his eyes. He. This ought to be fun. Shino stood between the boys and the girls as he said, "There's one rule. You will start here at the entrance. The first to grab the flag atop the roof of the academy building wins. Losers will listen to the winners. Understood?" "Yes." Everyone responded. The moment Shino gave the signal to start, everyone dashed towards the academy building. Before any of the girls could make it through the gate, Iwabe shouted, "Earth-style, mud wall." A giant wall made of earth rushed out from the ground and obstructed all of the girls from moving forwards as the boys all rushed through. Kocho smirked and activated her partial expansion jutsu, greatly increasing the size of her arm, and smashed right through the earthen wall, knocking Iwabe into the ground. As the girls gave chase close behind, Shikadai quickly turned and activated his shadow paralysis jutsu, capturing many of them. However, Ira and Asuka quickly dashed in the air and performed a flip successfully out of the shadow's reach. Just as Asuka was about to counter, Hiroshi formed the snake sign and said, "Wood style, silent strangle jutsu." Several wooden tendrils erupted from the ground aimed straight for Ira and Asuka. However, Ira quickly countered, forming the tiger sign and said, "Lava style, severing stream jutsu." From her mouth a powerful concentrated stream of hot lava cut and melted Hiroshi's wood style. Asuka smirked at everyone's distracted and baffled expressions and quickly activated her swift style to move at inhuman speeds, arriving right next to Shikadai and pushed him off balance, freeing the girls from the shadow paralysis. It was at this moment that the boys who were ahead of the pack stopped in their tracks due to a large boulder falling from the sky and blocking the entrance into the school. Inojin frowned. Shino-sensei placed traps. Let's go around. At this point both the girls and the boys were neck and neck in the race. They all entered the school through the windows as they all began rushing to the stairs leading up to the roof. The only boys left in the race were Denki, Boruto, Inojin, Shikadai, and Hiroshi. As for the girls, they were Sarada, Sumaya, Ira, Asuka, and Kocho. Denki quickly found a control outlet and plugged it into his laptop as he hacked the academy system, forcing a metal shutter to drop down in the hallway right before the girls. Inojin quickly activated his Super Beast Scroll Jutsu and created a giant lizard-like drawing to come to life. However, Asuka quickly retaliated as she formed the Ram sign and shouted, "Water style, gunshot jutsu." She opened her mouth and released a powerful pressurized water bullet that shot straight through Inojin's jutsu. Shikadai frowned and stated, Oi, doesn't this feel more like an actual ninja battle than a race?" Boruto gritted his teeth and shouted, "Let's go. We gotta get to the roof first." Sarada frowned and also shouted, "Don't let them get to the flag." The race continued once more. As Boruto and the others disappeared, Sarada and the girls continued rushing to the roof. Just as they made it and Kocho was climbing upwards to get the flag, Boruto appeared. He smirked as he held a large scroll and created some blood on his thumb before forming some hand seals and shouted, "I won't let you." Summoning Jutsu. A flash of purple light filled the area as a strange creature with a large snake-like tail appeared. It roared and was just about to strike Kocho when Hiroshi immediately became alarmed and formed the snake hand sign shouting, "Wood style, wood snake jutsu." Quickly a wooden snake shot from his arm and bit down on the strange creature's tail just in time to prevent it from hitting Kocho. Ira acted next as she immediately arrived before Kocho and pulled her away to a safe distance. Hiroshi gritted his teeth as the giant creature was much stronger than he had anticipated. The tail of the creature wrapped around his wooden snake that was attached to his arm and pulled, thrusting Hiroshi into the air, eliciting a scream from him. "Ah!" Ira widened her eyes in alarm and panic at the sound of her brother's scream. Just as the strange creature was about to attack Hiroshi, Konohamaru appeared and shouted, "Rasengan!" Bang! In a flash of bright light and but a mere moment the strange creature disappeared. Just before Hiroshi crashed into the side of the building, Asuka dashed out with extreme speed thanks to her Kekii Genkai and caught him in her arms like a knight in shining armor. Hiroshi smiled awkwardly in their current position. Thanks Asuka." Asuka furrowed her brow and simply dropped Hiroshi on the rooftop. HMPF. She let out before slowly walking away. As they all settled in front of the academy yard getting a lecture from Shino Sensei, a loud creaking and quaking noise could be heard from the academy building. In but mere moments it caved in and crumbled in on itself, leaving everyone dumbfounded. Off in the distance watching the entire ordeal happen was Mitsuki as he stared at the entire event with great interest. 888. A warm breeze blew by in a desert wasteland as the sun began to set in the horizon. It painted a colorful orange and red hue across this desolate-looking area, casting two shadows across the ground in its glow. One taller than the other. The shadow of two shinobi. The first shadow belonged to a shinobi who wore a white dress shirt with black buttons. The sleeves were rolled back to his elbows and he wore black pants to match. He donned a white haori over his shoulders with black fire patterns along the border. Black falling leaf images were printed on it as well. A katana was strapped to his waist and a leaf headband was tied to the sheath. A silver ring was worn on his left ring finger and a necklace with the letter H hung from his neck. His snow-white hair softly swayed in the direction the wind blew, brushing it off his blindfold covering his eyes. This shinobi was precisely the sixth Hokage, Karasuma Izaya. Walking beside him was a young shinobi with handsome features and messy black hair that made him seem a bit imposing. His eyes had a distinctive golden hue to them, giving many the impression of danger yet keeping them drawn by a mysterious feeling of intriguement. He wore a black dress shirt with gold buttons and a black pants to match. A golden-colored cloak covered his frame and a locket in the shape of a jade-colored magatama was worn around his neck. At this instant Izaya stopped walking, prompting the young shinobi to stop as well. After taking a sweep of the surrounding area, Izaya pointed to a large single tree in this desolate wasteland and said, "Zen, we'll camp there for the night. It doesn't seem like what I'm looking for is here. We'll head in the direction of Konoha tomorrow morning." Zen simply nodded with great respect and replied, "All right, Karasuma-sensei." Zen woke up with a shout as he heaved in and out with a heavy breath. Sweat completely drenched his back and forehead as he stared down at his still trembling hands. He gritted his teeth trying to calm down his emotions as tears streamed down his face. It was then that he heard Izaya's voice behind him. "I see your nightmares haven't gone away." Zen clenched his fist and quickly wiped away the tears from his face. He took a minute to finally calm down his emotions before replying, "Sensei, why do people kill each other?" Izaya stared at the back of his disciple with a complicated gaze before replying, "Power, hunger, greed, want, need, lust, hate, desire. There's too many to name." Zen frowned. "Did my mother die because the one who killed her was simply overcome with one of these emotions? If so, then wouldn't it be better to have no emotions? No one would feel any of those things. And no one would kill." Izaya let out a soft sigh at the sight of his pitiful disciple. "Zen, what was the last thing your mother said to you? Do you remember?" Zen flinched at his sensei's question. "She said that she loved me." After replying to his sensei's question, he elected not to tell his sensei about the other thing that his mother told him. "It's true that mother told me she loved me. But the last thing she truly said to me was to find the blindfolded warrior who wore a katana on his waist and who had snow-white hair. She said that he was the one who saved us when I was just a baby. That he could be trusted." Izaya stared at Zen in silence for a moment before responding to what he said. "So, your mom said that she loved you, huh? That's a relief. You know, some children are born without any parents. Like me. Some children are born with parents who don't love them. Some parents abuse their children. Even try to kill them. And some wouldn't bat an eye if their child died right in front of them. You told me that your mother died protecting you. She made the ultimate sacrifice. So why do people kill? Why do people have to die? If I had to give you an honest answer, then it would be simply because we are human. You think that having no emotions would break this insanity that is bred within us, however, it doesn't. People would probably still kill. It would just be an emotionless killing. People would kill logically or illogically. But emotions are important. They give us the power to feel. When we feel the pain of losing someone we love, we have the power to choose better. We have the power to choose a path that doesn't lead to a dead end. Am I saying that you should forget about the people who killed your mother? Of course not. You've killed them already, haven't you?" Zen simply nodded his head as he listened to his sensei. Izaya let out a soft sigh at Zen's answer. He then continued, "You must have felt better after killing them, right?" Zen once again silently nodded his head. "You feel better, but your anger, sadness, frustration, it's still the same, isn't it?" Once again Zen nodded before replying, "Sensei, I don't know what to do. I've taken revenge for my mother, but why don't I feel any less grief? I killed those scumbags who took my mother's life and it felt good to watch them die beneath my feet, but I don't understand. It still doesn't hurt any less inside." Izaya's expression faltered slightly before he stood up from his seated position. He made his way slowly to Zen's side and sat down beside him as he draped an arm over his disciple's shoulders and brought him into a comforting hug. "Even if you exact revenge, you need to have something else that drives you, or else you'll be left with nothing in the end. The reason why it doesn't hurt any less is because you loved your mother so much. And that love will never leave you. And that isn't a bad thing. Zen, the love your mother showed you, don't ever forget it. But also don't let it weigh you down. Your mother wouldn't want her love for you to plague you and chain you down. Don't you agree? A few tears fell from Zen's eyes as he was held in his sensei's warm and comforting embrace. He recalled how his mother always tucked him in at night and how his mother kissed him goodnight. He recalled how his mother always told him to show kindness to others and to be well behaved. He recalled his mother's scolding and his mother's terrible jokes. He recalled his mother's nagging, always telling him to do his best so that he could have a bright future. He recalled his mother's sad smile every time she spoke about his father who had died when he was born. He recalled the moment when she had died. The blood that pooled non-stop from her body. And yet, he recalled how she had died with a smile on her face, telling him to live on, to find a blindfolded warrior, that he could have a better future with him, that he shouldn't look back. He cried for a while longer before he finally reined in his emotions. Izaya waited for a moment as Zen finally wiped away the last of his tears before saying, "Zen, always remember how much love your mother showed you. I hope that one day, in the future, you can find someone whom you can give all of your love to just as your mother gave to you. Having someone to give all of your love to is the greatest power we can ever have. It is the greatest gift we can ever give. It is also one of the greatest feelings we can ever feel. Although it is the most painful when we lose the one who gave it, we'll always feel it. Their love. And we should cherish that. Even after the one who gave it is gone, we should cherish that we can still feel the gift of their love. It will always live on within us. Not as a chain, but as a source of our strength." Zen nodded. "Karasuma-sensei, do you have someone like that? Do you have someone whom you can give all of your love to?" Izaya smiled at his disciple's question and glanced at his ring as the image of 3 people popped into his head. Hanabi, Hiroshi, and Ira. Zen looked up to his sensei questioningly after a long moment of silence. "Sensei." Izaya looked back down at Zen and simply replied, "Amen. I do." He then quickly stood up and started walking. "Since we're up, let's go. I don't think either of us are going to get any more sleep tonight, so we might as well set out towards Konoha." 888. Naruto sat in his office as night blanketed the sky over Konoha. Shikamaru walked in and placed a document in front of him as he said, "This is Keiki Izumaya. She was the daughter of a former surviving Foundation member. She's been the source and cause of all of these strange incidents. Her father's name was Shigaraki Tanuki. Before he died he entrusted her with the Gozu tenor that he had perfected. Sai is searching for her right now since she has just disappeared from the hospital room. Well, that aside, there have been a lot of complaints about these incidents from the people since the police force didn't detain everyone who was involved. What should we do?" As Naruto was in deep contemplation, Kakashi walked in and said, "Well, it can't be helped. Back when Danza and Root were disbanded, it was the 3rd Hokage's, 5th Hokage's, and my decision at the time to not expose the identities of all those who were involved in the Foundation." Shikamaru turned and replied, "But even if their identities weren't exposed, didn't Lord 3rd, 5th, and you do any kind of background check to ensure no loose ends?" Naruto sighed and said, "Let me guess. During that time the village was still in a hectic state. The 4th Great Ninja War occupied everyone's attention and a lot of lives were lost in that war. The village had to focus on recuperating, and so it would only breed fear, distrust, and suspicion amongst the villagers should some form of investigation of them take place. And I'm guessing that Izaya wasn't aware of the fact that there were any remaining Foundation members left when he took office as the 6th Hokage. Kakashi nodded. Right. The village was in turmoil and chaos after the war. It slipped my mind and Lord 5th's mind about this detail. And now it's manifesting itself into an issue. This was our fault. Shikamaru frowned. Well, you made the right decision at the time. If the identities of those in the Foundation were exposed, the first to be suspected would have been Sai. Anyways, the problem is, what do we do now? Sumaya is undoubtedly responsible for the incidents taking place in the Leaf. Naruto frowned. Are you suggesting we punish her like a criminal? Our priority is to maintain the order in the Leaf. We can't afford to be soft. Even if she's still a child. By the way, Kakashi, why are you here? I thought you were on vacation. Kakashi let out a sigh. Well, I would like to. But, the truth is I've been looking into some of Danza's past. I happened to come across some information about the Gozu Tenor. Apparently it's embedded on the body of this girl. Shikamaru furrowed his brow. No wonder we couldn't find it no matter how hard we looked. This means that Sumaya is the gate to which the new creature is summoned. At that moment a loud rumbling and crashing sound could be heard near the outskirts of the village, grabbing the attention of Shikamaru, Naruto, and Kakashi. In the outskirts of the village appeared a giant tiger monkey chimera-like creature with a giant snake tail attached to its body. It roared and screeched as it slashed at the forest below, swiping the tops clean off. This creature was exactly the new. Just as its giant snake-like tail was about to attack Sai, who was attempting to suppress it, Kakashi quickly appeared and struck its tail, cutting the head of the snake clean off. He then proceeded to, with several other shinobi, activate the Earth-style, multi-mud wall jutsu, entrapping the new within a barrier of earth and rock. However, in the next moment multiple snake heads shot forth from where its wounded snake tail was and aimed straight at all the shinobi in the vicinity. As some shinobi were struck, they fell to the ground as their chakra was absorbed by the new. Just as Kakashi and the others were racking their brains for a strategy, Naruto quickly appeared and said, "TSK. I'll settle this in one go." He prepared to enter his chakra mode. However, Kakashi quickly interjected, "Wait. Naruto, this thing absorbs chakra. Using that isn't a wise decision. Once it absorbs your enormous chakra, it will most likely detonate itself. That was how it was designed to be used after all." Naruto frowned and clicked his tongue in frustration. However, everyone became shocked in the next moment as the new suddenly crashed into the ground, creating a large crater beneath it. It screamed in anger as it thrashed around before standing back up to reorient itself. Naruto widened his eyes in confusion. What just happened? Kakashi and Sai were also confused until they all heard a very familiar voice behind them. The voice of the sixth Hokage. "If that thing absorbs chakra, then perhaps I can help." Naruto turned around in shock. "Izaya, when did you get back?" "Just now. Looks like you're having some trouble dealing with this creature here." "What is it?" Kakashi quickly replied, "It's a creature called New. It has the ability to absorb chakra, and once it stores up enough inside, it'll detonate. Its creation was a product of the Foundation's research." Izaya frowned a bit at the mention of the Foundation but quickly replied, "The Foundation? Remnants of Danza's faction. I'll expect to be filled in on this later, Kakashi, Lord 7th." They both nodded as Izaya stepped forward to face the new. As the new roared and charged at Izaya, he stared at it with indifference and placed his hands together, shouting, "Wood-style, multi-wood dragon jutsu." The ground trembled as several large wooden dragons quickly ensnared the giant new, restraining it of all movement and draining it of its chakra. Izaya then formed the snake hand sign and said, "Wood style, wood snake jutsu." Instantly a giant wooden snake erupted from beneath the new and wrapped itself around it several times before biting right into its neck, suppressing its ability to mold chakra. Just as everyone breathed out a sigh of relief, a giant distortion appeared before the new and dragged it into a different dimension, leaving everyone baffled at this unexpected turn of events. Naruto frowned as he commented, "The transportation jutsu." Kakashi furrowed his brow in confusion. "What the heck is going on?" Izaya simply scratched the back of his head as he saw everything play out. A crow of his was flying high in the sky as it had watched Boruto, Mitsuki, and Sumaya's fight in the distance. He also took note that it was Sumaya's connection to the new that caused the spatial distortion to appear. He let out a sigh as he weaved the signs of horse, ox, rat, bird, hare, and ram. Naruto took notice of Izaya's hand signs and said, "Did you already mark it?" Izaya simply nodded. "I did when I knocked it into the ground earlier." He then smiled and said, "I guess our kids can't leave things alone either when they see the village in trouble. Just like us when we were kids." Naruto and the others just looked at Izaya in confusion, but before they could ask what he meant, Izaya disappeared. He teleported into New's dimension and curiously watched Boruto and Mitsuki fight. He sat in the corner nodding in approval at the skill Boruto and Mitsuki were displaying. It wasn't too long before Boruto and Mitsuki had defeated Sumaya and the New and were in the middle of coming to an understanding. That's when the dimension also started to collapse. Boruto panicked as he said, "This is bad. We have to get out of here." The ground began to collapse beneath them as rocks fell from the ceiling of the giant cave. Before Boruto could rush out to reach Sumaya, the ground collapsed in front of him. Mitsuki quickly dashed forward and stopped Boruto before he could fall. "Class rep!" Boruto shouted in panic. Sumaya remained seated in defeat as she lamented her fate and said to herself in dejection, "I'm sorry everyone, it was fun, at the academy. Studying and training with everyone. I never had so much fun before." It was at that moment she heard a voice beside her. "Well then, why not continue attending the academy?" She flinched in start element and turned to see an unfamiliar person, however, she knew exactly who it was because the face of this person matched the face of the 6th Hokage's rock face on the cliffside of Konoha. She stuttered in complete shock. Lord 6th. Izaya turned to her and smiled. "Hello. I don't know all the details, but how about we get the other two and get out of here? All the hard thinking can come after we're all safe. What do you say?" Sumaya couldn't help but feel a sense of safety and ease being in the presence of Lord Sixth and simply nodded. After Izaya saw her nod her head, he quickly picked her up and teleported right next to Boruto, which startled and shocked him greatly, eliciting a shout from him. "Ah! You Uncle Izaya!" Izaya simply smiled at his reaction. "Boruto, it's been a long time. How's my nephew doing?" Boruto had on a deadpan expression as he replied, "Is this a good time to be asking that? We need to get out of here." Mitsuki simply stood on the side as he stared curiously at the 6th Hokage. Izaya nodded at Boruto's comment and replied, "Don't worry. That's what I'm here for." Not a moment later, with a simple touch on Mitsuki's shoulder and Boruto's forehead, they all disappeared and reappeared by Naruto. Naruto breathed out a sigh of relief as he saw Izaya return, but was instantly shocked when he saw that not only did Izaya return, but he returned with Sumaya, Mitsuki, and Boruto. With his eyes raised, Naruto remarked, "Be Boruto." Don't tell me that you were involved. You went into the dimension the new was in. Before the situation could escalate out of control, Izaya gently placed Sumaya down on the ground and said, "Ahem. The children are all right. How about we let Sai and Kakashi take over from here? They are the chief of Konoha's police force and Jonin commander after all, so I'm sure they can manage the situation here. More importantly, Lord Seventh, I would like an explanation on what we talked about earlier." At Izaya's words, Naruto let out a defeated sigh and nodded. "Right. Let's discuss this back at the office." Boruto simply stared in wonderment at the fact that his dad just so simply agreed to what Lord Sixth had said. No way. Dad didn't continue to scold me. Instead, he just decided to listen to what Uncle Izaya said. Is Uncle Izaya that amazing? And wait. How did Uncle Izaya even get to that dimension? As Boruto was left to his thoughts, Naruto and Izaya returned to the Hokage's office as Naruto began to give an in-depth explanation of all the events that had happened in the past 2 months. After Naruto finished his report, Izaya simply let out a long sigh. "I can't believe that there were actually still remnants of Danza's organization around. What a pain." Shikamaru, who also happened to be in the room, smirked and commented, "Heh. That's my catchphrase." At that moment there was a knock on the door. Naruto tilted his head in confusion. Who could that be? Izaya simply smirked. "You'll see." He then turned to the door and said, "You can come in, Zen." The door then opened to reveal a young shinobi who seemed no older than Boruto. And if he was older, then it wasn't by much. Naruto and Shikamaru gave a confused look at Izaya as Naruto asked, "Zen? Is he with you, Izaya?" Izaya nodded. "Correct. This is Zen. Yagami Zen. He is my disciple." Eee. Naruto and Shikamaru nearly had their eyes pop out of their sockets in extreme shock. Shikamaru stared at Zen with great interest for a few moments before asking, "When did you get a disciple?" Izaya thought for a moment, calculating the approximate time frame. "I met Zen about a year ago. He's a native from the Sage continent. But he also seems to have some sort of ties with our continent." Naruto and Shikamaru slightly flinched at the information Izaya just gave them. Naruto inspected Zen more carefully before he said, "Hello Zen. I'm Uzumaki Naruto, the 7th Hokage of the village Konoha." Zen simply nodded and replied, "It is an honor to meet you." Naruto then asked, "Zen, since you're from the Sage continent, are you familiar with the structure of the shinobi system and villages yet?" Zen simply nodded once more. "Karasuma-sensei has taught me how this side of the world functions, so I wouldn't be too shocked when I come here." Naruto nodded and turned his attention back to Izaya. "I assume you brought your disciple to Konoha for a reason." Izaya nodded. "I want you to register him as an official Konoha shinobi and member of this village." Naruto nodded as if he had expected this answer. "All right. Since it's you who is requesting it, I'll do just that. I'll get started tonight and have everything ready by the morning." Izaya nodded in appreciation before turning his attention back to Zen. "Zen, starting from today, Konoha will be your home. You don't have to wander anymore. You can make real friends here. You don't have to be alone." Naruto and Shikamaru flinched when they heard Izaya address Zen and instantly pieced together that this kid Zen must have had a tragic past. Zen nodded at his sensei's words and with a nearly inaudible voice he said, "Thank you, sensei." A moment of silence passed through the room before Naruto asked, "So Izaya, where have you been to this time?" At Naruto's question, Izaya furrowed his brow. "Zen, why don't you go take a stroll around the village? Take a look at what your new home is like. Zen caught the hint that the conversation was probably going to reveal some classified information that he wasn't supposed to hear, so he nodded and quickly left the room. Izaya then turned his attention back to Naruto and Shikamaru. It's been a rough 2 months. I was exploring a dimension filled with some strange creatures made of pure shadows. Most likely a heavily yin-oriented dimension. The creatures there were highly intelligent and, as you can guess, they utilized yin-style jutsu. They were difficult to deal with. Their planet didn't seem to have a divine tree on it though. I searched for any traces of the Otsutsuki clan being there but couldn't find anything. I did, however, find traces of the Jashin cult existing there. Shikamaru frowned at the mention of the Jashin cult and chimed in, this is strange. Not only was there a Jashin cult here in our dimension, but if you include the one you just mentioned plus all the other ones you've mentioned to us before in the past, that makes a total of 3 dimensions with Jashinists. Just what is this cult? Don't tell me that the Jashin cult also comes from this place called the Heavenly Plane like the Otsutsuki. If that's true then this could get messy. Izaya nodded at Shikamaru's analysis. I think you're on the right track, Shikamaru. I also believe that the Jashin cult comes from the Heavenly Plane. That's the only way it makes sense for it to span across so many different dimensions that happen to be so far away from each other. Anyways, although I found traces of the Jashin cult there, I couldn't find traces of any of their members. Most likely any of the Jashinists who were on that planet got consumed by the natives there. The natives were quite dangerous. With no leads on the Otsutsuki and a dead end on the Jashinists, I quickly took my leave from that place. I didn't return to our dimension until just a few weeks ago. I met up with Zen in the Sage Continent before we both ended up back here in Konoha. How about Sasuke? Has he reported anything? Naruto shook his head. No. I haven't heard from Sasuke yet, but he's still exploring around. I'm sure he'll make a report sometime soon. Izaya nodded his head before preparing to leave. Naruto quickly chimed in, you aren't leaving again already, are you? Izaya let out a soft sigh. Not for a few days. I'm gonna try and stick around for a bit. After all, I can't just leave and not say hi to my precious Hiroshi and Ira. And I miss Hanabi. I need to see her. Being away from her for so long is bad for my heart, you know. Shikamaru massaged the bridge of his nose and remarked, you know, Lord Sixth, don't you ever get embarrassed voicing out loud your affection for your family in front of others? Izaya simply smirked. Never. Because a long time ago I never could have imagined that I could be blessed with such a wonderful family. And with that Izaya disappeared from the Hokage's office. Shikamaru just sighed and said, well, at least he's honest about it. It may seem embarrassing but it's actually quite endearing of him. Actually I think you could learn from Lord 6th's example a bit, Lord 7th. Naruto simply rubbed the back of his neck awkwardly. At this time Zen was taking a stroll around the village, taking in all the sights. He marveled at how developed and modern Konoha was. From where he was from the difference was like night and day. Just as he turned a corner he caught a glimpse of a kid getting pushed around by 3 other kids. That one kid was actually Denki. As he was pushed to the ground the other 3 kids swiped his laptop from him and mocked and ridiculed him. Denki clenched his fist in anger and frustration but was powerless to do anything. The 3 kids bullying him were also shinobi, but shinobi from a different class. Just as Denki turned to face the bullies once more he froze in fear as he pleaded, please, no. Don't break my laptop. Please. I'll do whatever you want. Just not the laptop. It's important to me. The three kids simply smiled sinisterly as they watched Denki plead for mercy, and just as they were about to break his laptop they froze in their action. Fear welled up inside of them as they saw a giant ferocious creature in front of them. It snarled and growled, releasing its murderous aura in the surrounding area. The three bullies screamed in fear as they dropped Denki's laptop and ran as fast as they could into the distance and out of sight. Denki panicked as he dashed out to grab his laptop before it could hit the ground. However, he tripped in his panicked state and fell back on the ground. He watched with bated breath as his laptop fell ever so slowly towards the ground, and just before it hit, Zen quickly caught it in his hands. This turn of events startled Denki as he looked up at this new and unfamiliar person, but he looked up with immense gratitude. Zen held out his hand towards Denki, to which he gladly accepted. As Zen pulled Denki back up off the ground, he handed him back his laptop and said, "Here. If it's that precious to you, then defend it with your life." Just as Zen turned around to leave, Denki stuck out his hand and said, "Wait. Thank you. For helping me out. I'm Denki. May I know your name?" Zen thought for a moment before responding, "Zen." He then disappeared into the night, leaving a very stunned and confused Denki. "Zen, huh? Is he a shinobi too? I haven't seen him around before. Is he a student in one of the other classes? Plus, why did those guys run away earlier? They looked like they saw a ghost or something." Denki shook himself out of his thoughts as he held his laptop close to his chest and began his walk home. Zen watched Denki leave from the shadows, ensuring that the three bullies didn't come back before he took his own leave. It was at this moment that Izaya appeared before him. "Sensei. You're back." Izaya nodded. "I am. Did you get a chance to see the village?" Zen nodded in response. "It's a beautiful place. Almost too beautiful. I can't really believe that I'll actually be able to live here and call it home." Izaya smiled and patted his shoulder comfortingly. "Come on. You can stay at the Hyuga residence for the time being. Lord Seventh is going to arrange a place for you to have on your own in the next few days, so until then you can stay with me and my family. And if you want, you can stay with us indefinitely." Zen felt his emotions stir at his sensei's offer but shook his head. "Thank you, sensei. You've done so much for me, but the last thing I want is to intrude upon you and your family. If it wasn't for you, I'd still be on the streets fighting for my life every day, struggling to get by. I'll take the living quarter arrangements made by the 7th Hokage." Izaya stared at Zen for a moment in contemplation, but in the end he let out a soft sigh. "All right. If that's your wish. Just know that if you ever change your mind, my offer still stands. And you'll always be welcomed to our home." Izaya then walked off to the Hyuga residence with Zen in tow. It wasn't long before they reached the entrance. It was already past midnight at this point, so most of those within the residence were already fast asleep. Izaya carefully opened the gates without making much noise as he and Zen walked in. They didn't make it very far when loud footsteps could be heard rushing in their direction. Izaya simply smiled as he knew exactly who those footsteps belonged to. In less than a few seconds several doors burst open so loudly that it resonated throughout the entire residence. Hanabi ran with all her might and tackled Izaya to the ground, gripping him in a tight embrace. Tears streamed down her face as she rubbed her head in his chest and stammered, "Why, you idiot! 2 months and 18 days. How dare you leave me for so long?" Izaya gripped Hanabi in just as tight of a hug as he too missed her more than anything in the entire world. Hanabi. I missed you so much. I'm sorry. Zen was at a loss for words. He didn't know how to react as he awkwardly stood there completely forgotten by his sensei and obviously completely ignored by Hanabi. But even though he stood there awkwardly, he felt a warmth in his heart at the sight of his sensei's reunion with his wife. He could feel just how strong the bond between them was, and a thought crossed his mind. This must be who sensei said that he has given all of his love to. And I can tell that she did the same. Will I be able to find someone like that one day? Someone I am willing to give all of my entire being to. As that last thought crossed his mind, an old memory of his resurfaced of a beautiful little girl whom he once saw. He would never forget her. That girl had left a lasting impression on him. She looked like an angel that came down from the heavens. It was back when he was merely 6 years old. It was a cold and rainy day as he scavenged for food outside the dumpster of a tavern. Some mercenaries and thieves started causing trouble for the tavern owner and their daughter. Pushing them around. Physically and verbally abusing them. It was then that this angelic-looking girl stepped in to defend the poor tavern owner. He remembered thinking that this girl was so incredibly brave and fearless, but at the same time naive, for she was putting her own life in danger. He recalled that beautiful snow-white hair of hers and that strong unyielding character of hers. However, he also recalled the part where she was physically beaten by those scumbags. No matter how much they beat her, she never yielded and continued to defend that poor tavern lady and her daughter. He felt incredibly angry and insurmountable rage at the sight and stepped in to help. However, even he was no match as he was also beaten. He recalled how she pleaded for them to stop beating him. He recalled how she dashed out with all her strength to even try to shield him. A small little girl who had taken a physical beating and couldn't even defend herself tried to shield him. He was completely baffled. He couldn't understand it. All he knew was that she left an everlasting impression on him and that he would never forget her. He felt a warmth from her that he thought he'd never feel again after he had lost his mother when he was 4. However, in the end she was simply beaten back again and he was simply tossed aside into an alley. He never did find out what happened. All he remembered was that when he came to, she was gone and so were all those inside the tavern. Only the remains of those thieves and mercenaries were left. Strewn all about the floor in what could only be a horrific bloody massacre. Zen was snapped out of his thoughts and brought back into reality when he heard 2 voices speak out at this moment. Gross. Mom. Dad. This is the courtyard. Can you not be like that for everyone to see? It's embarrassing. Hiroshi exclaimed, however he was inwardly elated that his dad was back. Ira didn't care as she ran as fast as she could and dashed to the ground embracing Izaya in a tight hug as she exclaimed, Papa. Zen could only widen his eyes in complete shock as he watched Ira dash over to his sensei. The flash of her snow-white hair. The feel of her angelic aura. Although she was much older now, her appearance was nearly the same as he remembered, only a bit more mature and defined. His heart beat hard in his chest as his entire being froze. How can this be? It's her. It's really her. But she just called Karasuma-sensei Papa. No way. It has to be a coincidence. It has to. Right. He was snapped out of his thoughts once more as Hiroshi was the first to take notice of Zen's presence and said, yo. So who are you? Izaya looked up from the ground as he was still embracing Ira and Hanabi in a tight hug and responded, right. Let me introduce you all. This is Zen. Yagami Zen. He's my disciple. It was currently still late into the night. The moon shone brightly down upon the village of Konoha, painting a peaceful picture. Except for those who were involved, most of the people in the village hadn't even realized that a giant creature, the New, was released on the outskirts of the village in an attempted attack just a few hours ago. The matter was dealt with so quickly that nothing had changed the status quo of the village atmosphere. Currently within the Hyuga residence in a quiet room was a small round table. The only light within that room was a single candle in the centerpiece. The white steam of hot tea in a pot rested on a large coaster as three people sat in peaceful silence sipping their drink. They were precisely Hyuga Hayashi, Hyuga Hanabi, and the sixth Hokage Izaya. As Hanabi had made so much noise earlier rushing through the Hyuga residence to greet her husband, she had effectively awakened everyone in the Hyuga compound. That was how Hayashi came to know of Izaya's late return and invited him to some late-night tea. As Hayashi sat on one end of the table sipping his tea, he couldn't help but curl his lips in an involuntary smile as he watched his daughter snuggle into Izaya's side with an expression of pure joy and happiness. Sigh. Look at this daughter of mine. They've already been married for many years, but she's still head over heels for him. Well, it seems like Lord Sixth feels the exact same way for my Hanabi. His feelings for her haven't diminished even after all this time. And they have blessed this old man with two beautiful children. Even the seventh Hokage and Hinata have blessed this old man with Boruto and Imawari. How lucky I am to be blessed with such a wonderful family. Just as Hayashi was lost in his thoughts, he was quickly snapped out of it from Hanabi, breaking the silence. So you finally brought your disciple back to the leaf just like you said you were. He's quite young. He should be about Hiroshi and Ira's age, right? Izaya nodded. He's close to their age. He's actually a year older than them. How come you waited an entire year before bringing him back to the leaf? Well, for several reasons. 1. I was still training him. Helping him polish his skills. And 2, he had a very tragic past. I've been trying to help him deal with it and mentally overcome it so it wouldn't dictate his life. He's still haunted by it to this day, but he has finally learned to channel it into something more productive instead of letting it control his life. And even though he's here right now, he won't be staying for too long. Zen and I will probably be heading out in a few days. Hanabi frowned at Izaya's last comment. Izaya took note of it and softly placed his hands on the side of her cheeks. Hanabi. I promise I won't be gone very long this time. It's Zen's first time to this side of the continent, so I just wanted to show him the other great villages first and let him gain some experience. Some new insights. Then I'll come right back. I'm not going off to some other dimension. Okay. After hearing what Izaya said, she let out a sigh of relief and nodded. Amen. I hate it when you go off to some unknown dimension. Who knows what kinds of dangers could be waiting for you there. You said it takes an enormous amount of chakra and a lot of preparation to travel dimensions. If you get hurt and can't return, I'll never know about it and I wouldn't be able to do anything about it. Izaya pulled her into a warm hug and softly massaged comforting circles on her back. Hayashi watched this all play out and simply let out a soft sigh. He always felt conflicted about how his son-in-law always went off on these dangerous excursions which caused his daughter and two grandchildren to worry. However, he also knew that the reason his son-in-law explored these unknown dimensions were for the sake of the entire world. After a few moments of silence, Hayashi finally broke the ice and changed the topic. Naruto stopped by a few days ago along with Hinata. They brought Boruto and Imawari as well. Izaya turned his attention to Hayashi as he replied, "Oh. It must have been quite crowded with Hiroshi, Ira, Boruto, and Imawari running around. I haven't seen my niece in a while. How is she?" Hanabi smirked and replied, "Heh. Crowded. Father smothered them all with so much love I think they felt suffocated." "Right, father." Hayashi simply coughed and almost choked on his tea. HMPF. It is only natural that a grandfather should spoil his grandchildren. Hanabi laughed before raising her eyebrow in confusion and asked, "Izaya, just now you mentioned not seeing Imawari for a while. What about Boruto?" Izaya smirked. "Well, I just saw him a few hours ago." "Ah, right. You both probably don't know since it all happened so fast, but the village was attacked. Now before you both become alarmed, you don't have to worry. It's all been taken care of and you can write it off as a minor incident. I'll tell you all about it another time if you want. Or you can just ask Boruto. He helped out." Hayashi had a pensive look on his face before saying, "Izaya. The reason Naruto and Hinata came over a few days ago was because Boruto believed that he had awakened the Bakugan." Izaya raised his eyebrow in surprise. "Oh. Like Imawari and Ira. Or did he undergo some training like Hiroshi?" Hayashi shook his head. "In the case of Imawari and Ira, they both awakened their Bakugan from some form of intense emotional stimulus. As for Hiroshi, he had undergone a strict training regiment under Hanabi to awaken his Bakugan. But when we tested Boruto here when he visited, his Bakugan didn't manifest itself." Hanabi nodded. "That's right, but even if it didn't manifest itself, he was so sure that he had awakened it. It didn't feel like he was lying." Hayashi nodded in agreement. "I was wondering if you had some thoughts on this matter, Izaya. Many people still don't know, but you yourself possess the Rinnegan. And you have traveled to many different dimensions seeing new and strange powers that we have not. Perhaps you can understand this better than us." Izaya furrowed his brow in deep contemplation as he thought about it. "Boruto ha. In my past life I never got to the Boruto series. I only knew that there was the Uchiha Shin incident that was supposed to occur, and in the future there were supposed to be members of the Otsutsuki clan that arrive here on Earth." Izaya took a sip of his tea before letting out a soft sigh and replied, "It's possible that, what Boruto has is not the Bakugan." Hayashi and Hanabi immediately raised their eyebrows in curiosity and asked, "Then, what is it?" Izaya placed his teacup down before continuing. "Well, I'll be honest. I don't know. There are so many different types of unique powers in the world that one can't know about them all. First of all, Hinata is the Bakugan princess. Her Bakugan is incredibly pure. On top of this, Naruto wields within him a portion of every tailed beasts and has the power of the Six Paths Chakra. Furthermore, he is an Uzumaki. The Uzumaki have distant blood ties with the Otsutsuki clan from Hagoromo's side, whilst Hinata is a Hyuga, which has distant blood ties with the Otsutsuki clan from Hamura's side. If you factor all of this together, it isn't out of the range of possibility that some form of mutation arose within Boruto that gave rise to a new kind of power. So while he may not have awakened the Bakugan, it may be that he has awakened some new kind of power. All I can say is that if it really seems like he isn't lying, then he probably isn't. Just because we don't understand what this power is doesn't mean we should ignore Boruto and write him off. Instead, it is better to monitor his situation and be supportive of him. He's probably just as confused, if not more confused, at what this newfound power of his is." Hanabi and Hayashi took a moment to take in Izaya's words before nodding in agreement. Hanabi involuntarily yawned, prompting a smile to grace Izaya's lips. "You're tired. I'm sorry I didn't notice sooner." Hanabi shook her head to refute, but before she could, Hayashi laughed out loud and said, "Ha ha ha. It was my fault for keeping you both out so late. My apologies. I was just glad that my son-in-law had returned and wanted to chat a little. Go. Get some rest, you two. Especially you, Izaya. I'm sure it's been a long and tiring journey." Izaya nodded in appreciation before quickly sweeping Hanabi off of her feet bridal style and replied, "Then, we'll take our leave, father. I'll be around for the next few days." He then teleported away with Hanabi into their bedroom. Hanabi smiled and wrapped her arms around Izaya, not letting him go. "Izaya, what about the kids and your disciple?" Izaya just smirked. "What about them? They'll all be fine. Don't forget. They are our kids. And Zen will be fine. He's a good and smart kid. Plus Hiroshi is like you. I'm sure he and Zen will become friends quickly. And Ira will keep them in line if anything happens." He then smiled mischievously at Hanabi and growled heavily, "Instead of worrying about them, I think you should be more worried about yourself." Hanabi smirked and let out a playful laugh, knowing she probably wasn't going to wake up until late in the afternoon. As the adults were off discussing and doing their own things, Hiroshi was amiably taking Zen around and showing him the different parts of the Hyuga compound. Ira simply followed in silence as she occasionally gave a curious look at Zen. "There's something about him that seems familiar. Have we met before?" "No. That's impossible. Papa said that Zen's from the Sage Continent. That's on the other end of the world. I've only been there once with Papa, and that was back when I was 5 years old." She slightly shuddered at the memory of the events that transpired back then as she recalled how naive she had been and how weak and powerless she was. During that time Papa had still been the 6th Hokage, however the village had become very stable by that point and was even prospering. Under Papa's leadership the village had bounced back from the devastation of the 4th Great Ninja War faster than any of the other villages. One day before Papa was about to leave, I had asked him to take me along. After Mom said it was okay, Papa took me with him to the Sage Continent. I have no idea what Papa was going to do over there, but I just wanted to spend more time with him. According to Papa, there are 2 great continental divides on this planet. One is the continental divide we are on, called the Six Paths Continent, and the other is on the other side of the world called the Sage Continent. I don't really understand everything, but Papa says that the reason is because on this side of the divide the people have been influenced by the Sage of Six Paths and their chakra system is that of Ninshu. But on the Sage Continent the people there have been influenced by the simple natural energies of the world and their chakra system is that of Senjutsu. I still don't really understand. I haven't asked Papa about it ever since." As she was lost in thought, the memories of that day played back in her mind. She recalled how they had traveled around a giant Sahara for a few days before reaching a very old-looking town. Izaya had gotten a room in a tavern and told her not to leave under any circumstances before leaving to gather some information from the townspeople. However, she heard loud noises and the sound of screaming and shouting from downstairs. They were cries of pain and agony. She was curious as to what was going on and just wanted to take a peek, but when she did she was horrified by what she saw. The tavern owner and her daughter were horribly beaten by these mercenaries and thieves. She couldn't help it. Her body simply moved on its own and she dashed out, gripping tightly onto the leg of one of the mercenaries, stopping him from kicking the tavern owner to death. They immediately directed their anger at her and began assaulting her as well. She did her best to remain standing in front of the tavern owner and her daughter to shield them. She knew how to defend her weak areas thanks to learning some taijutsu from her papa, but she was easily outmatched in strength and skill. All she could do was take the beating. To her surprise, a young boy came out of nowhere and stood in front of her trying to shield her from the attack. But just like her, that boy was also beaten bloody. She cried in anguish and frustration as she shouted for them to stop. She even tried to help save the boy, but she was beaten back again. She felt so powerless. Before she could move again, they had chained her arms and legs in place, forcing her to watch as that boy was beaten to unconsciousness. She felt such grief and anger and hurt and sadness that she hadn't even realized that both of her eyes had instantly transformed. Her right eye had awakened the Bakugan whilst her left eye awakened the Sharingan. When those scumbags took notice of the transformation in her eyes, they were completely bewildered. Just as they reapproached her, she had shut her eyes in fear for what they would do. However, in the next instant she only remembered feeling incredibly warm and safe. The last thing she saw was her papa, who held her close to his chest before she fell unconscious. She wasn't sure what happened afterwards, because when she woke up she was back in Konoha, safe and sound with all of her injuries healed and in her own bed as her papa slept beside her. She was snapped out of her thoughts from the sound of Hiroshi's voice as he said, "And this is the guest house. You can stay here tonight, Zen. I'm sorry to have taken so much of your time since it is getting late. I kind of got ahead of myself. Dad mentioned having a disciple a few months ago, so I had always wanted to meet you. And so, it was nice to meet you." Zen looked down where Hiroshi stuck out his hand for a friendly handshake, so Zen didn't stand on ceremony and returned the gesture. As they shook hands, Hiroshi smiled before yawning. "All right. I'm pretty tired. Ira, don't forget we have class in the morning. We only have a few hours left before we need to get up again. Better catch some ZS." He then turned to Zen and said, "Well Zen, let's hang out some more tomorrow. But I'm going to bed. I'm exhausted." He then walked off, leaving only Zen and Ira standing in front of the guest house. The entire time Zen hadn't been able to calm down the rapid beating of his heart. This was a new feeling for him. He felt butterflies in his stomach just being near her, and he didn't know why. Just as he turned to face her, the two of them made eye contact. He was instantly lost in her beautiful purple eyes. Hiroshi had purple eyes as well, but for some reason they didn't seem to gleam like Ira's. Her eyes held something more than just the deep color of purple. They held hidden emotions. Emotions that she didn't want to show to others. Emotions that only those who knew a certain kind of pain, anguish, and suffering could see. And just as he was lost in her eyes, Ira was also having the same experience. It was the first time she had really taken a look at this boy in front of her. The sparkling golden hue in his eyes looked so mesmerizing, but she couldn't understand why they also seemed so sad. Almost as if they had seen horrors that no child should ever have to see. A minute passed between them. Then another. It was only after they heard a loud cough that the both of them tore their gazes away from one another. The cough came precisely from Hayashi, who stood in the garden in front of the guest house. Ira immediately greeted him and said, "Grandfather." Zen also quickly greeted with utmost respect, "Lord Hayashi." Hayashi smirked as he watched this all play out. However, even if he knew that Zen was the personal disciple of his son-in-law, Ira was still his granddaughter. He quickly went into overprotective grandfather mode and said, "Ira, it is already late. Why don't you go get some rest?" You have to wake up early for school in the morning. Ira quickly nodded. Yes, Grandpa. She quickly glanced at Zen one more time before leaving and said, have a good night. This just left Zen and Hayashi, making Zen feel a bit awkward. Hayashi broke the silence first. Well, your name is Zen, correct? MN. Get some rest. I'm sure it has been a long journey. With that, Hayashi walked off somewhere into the Hyuga compound. Zen just let out a sigh of relief that he hadn't messed anything up for his sensei. Right. I know that sensei has offered me a place to stay here, but I'm glad I chose the other arrangement. I need to sort myself out first. In merely a few hours the sun had risen into the sky. Ira had already gotten up and prepared for school when she noticed that Hiroshi's door remained closed. She frowned and instantly knew that he would oversleep if she didn't wake him. She knocked on his door, but the only answer she received was complete silence. She knocked once more but again got nothing but silence. Sigh. Hard way it is. She opened his door to see Hiroshi sloppily asleep, as half of his body was on the bed and half was on the floor. His blanket barely even covered him. She simply shook her head, but she also couldn't help smiling at the strange scene it painted in the room. Just seeing her brother like this made her feel warm inside. He can be a troublesome prankster when he wants to, and he can be a fierce shinobi when he wants to. But he's still my silly brother in the end. In the end she couldn't bring herself to kick him awake, so instead she slowly walked up to him and softly shook him. Hiroshi. Hiroshi. Hiroshi softly groaned as he felt someone shaking him. What is it? It's time to wake up, big brother. You'll be late for school otherwise. Hiroshi instantly opened his eyes in startlement and shouted, Ah! Crap! I even tried to go to sleep earlier than you so I could wake up in time. Ira just watched Hiroshi dash around his room like a wild monkey and smiled at her brother's silliness before leaving him to his own devices. She quickly made her way into the kitchen and was glad that she did. She was greeted by the sight of Izaya in an apron preparing some breakfast. He quickly noticed her presence and smiled. Good morning, Ira. Ira smiled as she walked into the kitchen and put her own apron on that was hanging in the kitchen closet and replied, Good morning, Papa. Can I help? Izaya smiled at how cute his daughter was and nodded. All right. Can you prepare the kale kobashi? After you're done, can you set the table with some rice and the miso soup? I'll finish cooking the grilled salmon. Ira nodded happily as she did as instructed. I'm glad Papa is home. But where's Mom? Usually Mom is awake already with breakfast made. Papa. Izaya continued grilling the salmon as he responded, where's Mom? She's usually up at this time. Izaya nearly dropped the salmon he was flipping over at Ira's question as he recalled the reason why Hanabi wasn't awake yet. Your mom was up very late last night. Since we haven't seen each other in a while, we had a lot to talk about, so she'll probably be asleep for a while longer. Let's not bother her, okay? Ira simply tilted her head a bit in confusion. But Papa is awake already. Isn't he tired too then? Oh well. Best to let Mom sleep in then. She quickly finished preparing the kale kobashi and set the table for 4 people. One for her, her Papa, Hiroshi, and Zen, which prompted her to ask, Papa, will Zen be joining us for breakfast? Izaya nodded as he finished grilling the salmon and brought it to the table. He is. Where's your brother? Here. Hiroshi shouted as he quickly stumbled down the hall and into the kitchen. Izaya smirked and walked over to Hiroshi, ruffling his hair a bit. You were gonna sleep in, weren't you? Hiroshi smirked at his dad's comment and replied, you wouldn't have minded, would you? Izaya laughed but shook his head. Nope. You're ready to graduate. But still, if your mom found out that I was going to let you skip, then we'll both get yelled at. Now come sit down and eat your breakfast. You both have 20 minutes left before you need to go. Amen. Ira and Hiroshi nodded as they took their seats. Just as Ira was about to ask where Zen was, the door that led to the garden and into the kitchen opened, revealing his frame. Izaya took a seat at the table and pointed to a seat for Zen to take, which he did appreciatively. As everyone began eating their breakfast, Izaya paused and took in the sight before him. He felt nothing but pure joy and happiness as he watched the 3 kids in front of him eating. If only every day could be like this. But I'll have to head out soon. According to Senko, he's almost ready to open another gate leading to another dimension. After the incident with the moon and Tonari all those years ago, I served as the Hokage for another 8 years before handing over the position to Naruto. So I've only been traveling to other dimensions for the last couple of years. In those short amount of years I've been able to enter 8 different dimensions with Senko's assistance. But I'm worried about what I'm finding. 3 of those dimensions have been wiped clean of any life and energy. Remnant traces of divine trees fill those lands. Another dimension was filled with nothing but negative energy and dead bodies all around, as the symbol of the Jashin cult was plastered everywhere. That negative energy fueled some kind of horrific beast, and the only thing in that dimension was that monster. It hunted me down the entire time I was there, so in the end I killed it. The power it wielded was no less than at least 3 of the tailed beasts combined. Just what exactly is going on out there? Izaya was snapped out of his thoughts by the sound of all 3 kids finishing their breakfast. Hiroshi looked over at his dad and noticed that he had barely eaten anything yet. Dad. Is everything okay? Izaya smiled and took a sip of his miso soup before replying, yeah. I'm fine, son. Thanks for asking. Now go on. You and your sister are going to be late if you keep delaying. Hiroshi smirked at his dad's playful jab and dashed out the door while waving goodbye. Just as Ira had one foot out the door, she turned and asked, Zen, are you not going to join us? Zen gave a thoughtful look before shaking his head. No. I'm not enrolled in the academy, so it'd be inappropriate for me to randomly show up. He then glanced at his sensei before continuing, besides, I still have some homework I need to finish for sensei. Ira simply nodded before rushing out to catch up with Hiroshi. As Zen watched Ira and Hiroshi disappear around the corner, he asked in curiosity, Karasuma-sensei, how do I compare to Hiroshi and Ira in my shinobi skills? Izaya slightly flinched at the unexpected question but gave it some serious thought. Well, your genjutsu skills are second to none. I can't think of anyone who would be your match in that field. Taijutsu-wise, you have Hiroshi beat. But if you want to beat Ira, then you need to practice more. Zen raised an eyebrow with interest. Ira is better than I am at Taijutsu. Izaya simply nodded his head. Zen tilted his head in deep thought before asking, then what about in the other skills? Other skills, well, that's a bit harder to judge. If we take into account just pure ninjutsu skills without the use of any Kekkei Genkai, then you have the edge over them. But, if you take into account their skills over their Kekkei Genkais, then I can't really give a verdict. Zen stared at his sensei in confusion and asked, what do you mean by Kekkei Genkais? You mean Hiroshi and Ira possess more than one? Izaya smiled, and without giving a definite answer he replied, they are my son and daughter after all. Zen was inwardly shocked at the hidden meaning of his sensei's words. Izaya took note of Zen's shock and said, well, you have more real battle experience than they do. You grew up in a harsh place where your life was on the line every day, so if you had to fight Hiroshi or Ira one-on-one then it would be your victory, however, if you had to fight them both, then you'd lose. Zen nodded at his sensei's informative analysis and was shocked, but in a good way. So Hiroshi and Ira are that strong, huh? I guess I should have expected this. They are the son and daughter of Karasuma sensei. Looks like I still need to work harder. Izaya quickly finished his breakfast before getting up from the table and created a shadow clone. As his shadow clone was cleaning up the table he slowly walked out to the courtyard and said, Zen, come spar with me as a warm-up. After that we'll focus on improving your control over your Keki Genkai. Zen nodded in seriousness as he stood on the opposite side of his sensei. Izaya nodded in approval at Zen's focus and said, start. Fwish. Zen activated his Sharingan and dashed as quickly as he could straight at Izaya and quickly struck at his throat. Just before he was going to connect his attack, Izaya had expertly tilted his head to the side to avoid being hit and quickly countered with a palm strike right at Zen's chest. Zen gritted his teeth and with his free hand he quickly parried the strike, not letting Izaya touch him. He then quickly followed up with a front kick only for it to miss. He performed a series of kicks, punches, sweeps, and strikes, but each one was less successful than the last as he was greatly outmatched. Just as he saw Izaya's fist aiming straight for his cheek he quickly placed both arms up and expertly guarded the attack. He then followed up by quickly taking out a kunai and slashed right at Izaya's wrist. However, Izaya expertly opened up his fist into a palm and gripped Zen's wrist, twisting and disarming the kunai from his hand. As the kunai fell to the ground, Izaya kicked it straight towards Zen's chest while still keeping his grip on Zen's wrist. Zen widened his eyes in shock and quickly pulled out another kunai with his free hand, bringing it in front of his chest to block Izaya's expert attack. Ting! The two kunais clashed as the one aimed at his chest was expertly deflected. Zen then used the kunai in his hand to swipe towards Izaya's hand that was still gripping his wrist, however Izaya quickly grabbed the deflected kunai and at the same time tripped Zen's feet, throwing him off balance. This disoriented Zen, causing him to fail in his attempt to free his wrist from Izaya. As he began to fall to the ground, Izaya expertly made his way behind Zen and pinned him flat on the ground, forcing Zen's arm behind his back. Izaya kept a knee on Zen's back to keep him grounded and placed the kunai in his hand at Zen's throat. The match was over. Izaya nodded in approval and quickly unhanded his disciple. Your skills have improved. You aim for the most vulnerable parts of your target's body to quickly turn the favor into your hands and end the fight. Your ability to quickly utilize kunai in a fight has improved also, but I'm most impressed by your improvements in your reaction speed and your ability to utilize your Sharingan to read your opponent's movements. Zen massaged his wrist and arm before deactivating his Sharingan and respectfully saluted Izaya, saying, "Thanks for the lesson, sensei." Izaya nodded as he stared at Zen in careful consideration. Zen, did your mother really never tell you who your father was? The fact that you possess the Sharingan means that either your mother or father was from the Six Paths continent. Zen could only shake his head as he was just as clueless. My mother didn't want to talk about my father. She said that my father was a great and brave man, but he was different than the natives of the Sage continent and so he had many enemies. She wanted to protect me from those enemies, so she never mentioned it. The only mention she ever made of my father was that he was blind, yet despite that factor he was still incredibly powerful and honorable. Izaya only furrowed his brow in deep contemplation and confusion. Zen is an enigma to me. He's like a bridge between both the Six Paths continent and the Sage continent. The natives of the Sage continent are born with natural energy as the basis of their chakra, therefore they are all capable of utilizing senjutsu. They have all the enhanced traits that senjutsu gives one in Sage mode without actually having to enter Sage mode. The thing is that they don't have a comprehensive system to utilize jutsu. Only some of the natives there have discovered how to weave hand signs to better gather their chakra to perform senjutsu, but even then their knowledge is limited. If they had our system of weaving hand signs to mold chakra, they would become extremely formidable, since all of their jutsus would be fueled by natural energy. The downside to their natural power-up is that none of the natives there, as far as I have seen, are born with any Keki Genkai. All except Zen. For some odd reason Zen was born with both natural energy like the natives of the Sage continent and Ninshu chakra like us in the Six Paths continent. He wields both chakras inside of him, making him a unique existence. A natural-born senjutsu user with 2 Keki Genkais. And of all Keki Genkais, one of them had to be the Sharingan. This makes me more baffled. I could understand if it was a Keki Genkai born from his innate chakra natures, but the Sharingan stems from the Sage of Six Paths. Long ago when I traveled to the Sage continent, I discovered a sealed scroll at a black merchant shop. It was sealed using our ninjutsu system. I thought that I was the first one to ever make contact with the Sage continent from our continent, but finding that scroll made me realize that I probably wasn't. The thing is, when I searched for the clues relating to that scroll, it only leaves me more confused. According to what I had gathered, that scroll belonged to someone called Itakai. But when I surfed through the memories of that merchant who acquired the scroll from this so-called Itakai, the frame of that mysterious person doesn't match Itakai's frame at all. I tried searching for that person named Itakai, but supposedly he's dead. According to the information I had gathered, Zen is definitely somehow connected to this Itakai, but just who exactly is it? It has to be someone related to the Uchiha, right? In the end Izaya simply let out a sigh in defeat. Well, maybe I'll discover the truth of this matter one day. Alright Zen. I want you to focus on trying to activate your Keki Genkai. It's been tough on you, but you've made steady progress. Last time you were able to activate it for a total of 4 seconds. Let's aim for 6 seconds today. Zen nodded as he sat in the lotus position and focused with all his being at the task his sensei put before him. 888. At this time Ira had dashed off with Sarada and Kocho as they chased after Lord 70's trail. As they were running, Kocho chimed in while eating potato chips, "Is this really okay? Skipping out on school like this? I never took either of you as ones for breaking the rules." Sarada smirked as she replied, "I overheard Lord 7th say that he's meeting up with Papa. I haven't seen him in a while. I just want to see him before he leaves again. Missing 1 day of class isn't going to hurt. Besides, we're still within the territory of Konoha." Ira simply followed along to support Sarada, but she silently agreed with what Sarada had said. Sarada's right. Missing 1 day of class isn't going to hurt. Even though Papa is also gone a lot on his mission, he still comes home as often as he can. I can't say the same for Uncle Sajuk, but I can understand how Sarada feels. Just as they were in the middle of their chase, they quickly came to an abrupt halt as a strange kid who was probably no older than themselves stood in front of them. He was incredibly pale and gave off an eerie feeling, but the most shocking fact was that he bore the Sharingan in both of his eyes. Sarada stared in wariness and asked, "Who are you? How do you have the Sharingan? I thought Papa and Lord Sixth were the only ones left who had it." At Sarada's question, that boy simply replied, "I am Uchiha, Shin. You with the glasses. Come with me." Sarada frowned. "Uchiha, I thought Papa and I were the only Uchihas left. What if I refuse? Father said to bring you. His orders are absolute." Without wasting any more words, he threw out 5 kunai at them. Sarada quickly reacted as she threw out just as many kunai, successfully defending against the attack. Kocho used that moment of opportunity to arrive behind Shin and shouted, "Partial expansion jutsu." She struck down with her enlarged arm, however Shin successfully avoided her attack and backflipped into the air. He pulled out a scroll and summoned a large Fuma shuriken with a chain attached, throwing it straight at Kocho. Ira's right eye quickly transformed into that of the Bakugan as she struck out with her palm and shouted, 8 trigrams vacuum palm. A powerful thrust of air collided against the Fuma shuriken, deflecting it to the side, giving Kocho enough time to regroup by Ira and Sarada's side. Just as Shin landed on the ground, Sarada quickly formed her hand signs and shouted, "Fire style, fireball jutsu." Shin furrowed his brow at how quickly and skilled his opponents had coordinated their attacks as he dashed to the side to avoid being scorched. It was then that Kocho shouted once more, "Partial expansion jutsu." This time her giant fist connected and slammed against Shin's chest, sending him flying through the air. Ira took this chance to throw several shuriken at him, however Shin frowned in frustration and activated his Mangekyo Sharingan. Instantly his eyes went from the standard Sharingan pattern to a giant black pupil in the center with 3 small triangular-shaped patterns protruding from it. Through the power of his Mangekyo, he controlled his 5 kunai from earlier to fly through the air and intercept Ira's attack. He then took out a scroll and summoned more than 20 kunai, aiming them right at Ira. He also remotely controlled his large chained Fuma shuriken to fly straight at Kocho. Sarada panicked and shouted, "Kocho! Ira!" Ira frowned and quickly shouted, 8 trigrams vacuum palm. Bang! She successfully deflected the giant Fuma shuriken away from Kocho in the distance, and just before the 20 kunai could reach her, she shouted, 8 trigrams palms revolving heaven. With a quick spin of her body, a giant whirlwind of chakra created a powerful dome-like shield around her that deflected all 20 kunai away. Kocho and Sarada were shocked at Ira's display of her Hyuga Taijutsu prowess. All this, however, only proceeded to anger Shin even more. Just as he was preparing another attack, Naruto appeared, but before Naruto could act, a small strange creature with a single Sharingan appeared before Shin and said, "Shin, forget it. That is the 7th Hokage. Rumored to be one of the greatest shinobi of his time. Retreat for now. You can't beat him on your own." Shin could only grit his teeth and nodded as the strange creature teleported both itself and Shin away in a swirling distortion. Naruto frowned. The transportation jutsu. That's troublesome. Sarada slowly walked up to Naruto and asked, "Lord Seventh, who was that? What do they want?" Naruto gave a thoughtful look for a moment as he looked at the 3 young kunoichi in front of him before replying, "Well, I'm not all that sure yet, but for some reason they wanted you, Sarada." "Eh? Me?" Sarada exclaimed. Naruto walked over and gently patted Sarada's shoulder reassuringly. Don't worry, I'll protect you. All of you, that's what I'd like to say, but from the looks of how you three fought earlier it didn't really seem like you needed my help. I'm happy to know that the kids from my village are so skilled. He then turned to look at Ira and said, Ira, I didn't know you had awakened the Bakugan. Your control over it is impressive. Thank you, Lord Seventh. I still have much to learn. Ira simply replied. Kocho just went back to eating her potato chips and asked, what now? Naruto let out a sigh. Well, I can't just send you all back to the village alone now with a hidden threat looming around. Guess the safest place for you all right now is with me. Truth is I'm about to go and meet Sasuke. I'm sure he'll be happy to see you, Sarada. Let's go. Amen. The three of them nodded as they followed Naruto to the meeting point where Sasuke was. As Kocho, Sarada, and Ira followed Naruto to the meeting point where Sasuke was, Kocho chimed in, Hey, Sarada. What's your dad like? I don't think I've ever officially met him. Sarada smiled both happily and sadly as she recalled her dad's face before replying, Well, I haven't seen Papa in about a year. He's quiet. But he's very strong. Right, Lord 7th? Naruto simply smiled and replied, Yeah. Sasuke is very strong. And you're right. He's very quiet. Kocho had an unsatisfied expression on her face as she said, Oi. Lord 7th, aren't you just repeating what Sarada said? And Sarada, that doesn't tell me much about your dad. You have to give details like, is he tall? Fat? Short? Brown hair? Is he handsome? Sarada gave a deadpan look at Kocho, who seemed lost in her own fantasy world. She then turned her attention to Naruto and asked, Lord 7th. You grew up together with Papa, right? Naruto nodded as he remembered the old days. That's right. I even grew up with Ira's dad, the 6th Hokage. Sarada, seemingly intrigued, asked, Can you tell us more about Papa and Lord 6th? What were they like back then? Naruto pondered for a bit and rubbed the underside of his chin, thinking how to answer. Well, truth be told, both Sasuke and Lord 6th were kind of similar back then. They were both very popular with the Kunoichi at the academy, just like me. Millimeter. They were both very handsome too. Just like me. They both always got the top grades in ninjutsu, taijutsu, and shuriken jutsu. Just like me. But Sasuke was totally antisocial. Rude. Arrogant. Totally unlike me. And Lord 6th was just Lord 6th. Sarada and Ira had conflicting feelings at Naruto's description of their dads towards the end as Kocho commented, What does Lord 6th being Lord 6th mean? That doesn't make any sense at all. And Sarada, your dad sounds sort of mean. Naruto laughed awkwardly, realizing his mistake, and quickly interjected, What I'm trying to say is that at the end of the day, Sasuke was my rival. And to this day that remains true. As for Lord 6th, he's someone I look up to. Even to this day. Kocho, Sarada, and Ira exclaimed with interest. Kocho ate a potato chip and questioned, There's someone even you look up to, Lord 7th? Lord 6th is Ira's dad, right? Naruto chuckled lightly and nodded. Well, back in the day I guess you could say that Sasuke and I were sort of in a rough spot. It was Lord 6th who helped us out. So to this day I still really respect him. Sarada, you remind me a lot of Sasuke and Sakura. Your eyes are just like his and your skills with a kunai and use of the fireball jutsu remind me of him. But your presence feels just like Sakura's, like you'd be very frightening when angry. As for you, Ira, you're a lot like your mom and dad too. Your hair is exactly the same color as Izaya's and your presence feels the exact same. Calm, cool, mysterious, and sometimes dangerous. And your taijutsu skills are just like your mom's. Fierce and flawless. At that moment the sight of a tall tower came into view, prompting Naruto to point out, there it is. That tower is where I'm supposed to meet Sasuke. As they approached closer and closer, out of nowhere and without warning, that strange small creature with one Sharingan appeared out of a spatial distortion and also transported Shin along with an adult version of himself who wore the Akatsuki's cloak and had multiple Sharingans all over his body. Immediately adult Shin threw out several long blades straight at Naruto, who quickly activated his chakra mode and created a Kurama tail to deflect all the blades. In the next instant Sasuke dashed out from the tower to intercept both Shins. Sasuke unsheathed his katana and stabbed right at adult Shin, who smirked and gripped the blade, ignoring the fact that he got cut in doing so. Young Shin appeared behind adult Shin at that moment with a large Fuma shuriken in hand. However, before he could attack, Sasuke activated the power of his Rinnegan and swapped places, ending up behind adult Shin. He then shouted, "Fire style, fireball jutsu." Just before the flames reached adult Shin, he utilized the power of his main Gekyo Sharingan and controlled the body of young Shin to shield him from the attack as they both fell to the ground. As Sasuke fell, he quickly retrieved his katana and landed by Naruto's side, who was currently shielding Kocho, Sarada, and Ira. As adult Shin pushed off the ground, he stared at Sasuke and sinisterly smiled. "So, that is the power of your Rinnegan. Uchiha Sasuke. That is certainly a power I would like to have in order to revive the Akatsuki." Naruto frowned after hearing those words. "Akatsuki? Who are you?" Adult Shin smirked. "My name is Uchiha Shin." Ira frowned when she heard that and questioned, "Isn't that the name of the young boy we fought earlier?" Sasuke frowned and remarked, "Well, it doesn't matter. Once we capture him we'll learn the truth." As he dashed forwards to attack with his sword in hand, adult Shin evilly smiled and activated the power of his main Gekyo, causing Sasuke's sword to fly directly backwards, stabbing Naruto in the abdomen. Naruto groaned in shock and pain as his protective chakra surrounding Kocho, Sarada, and Ira came undone. Immediately adult Shin used that chance to control his other blades in the area to attack Sarada. Sasuke was greatly alarmed and quickly arrived before Sarada, shielding her from the attack, getting stabbed in the process. It all happened so quickly that Kocho, Sarada, and Ira didn't even have time to process what had happened. Sasuke groaned in discomfort as he began bleeding in the areas where he was stabbed. However, something changed in Sarada's eyes at that moment. Tears streamed down her face as she looked at the wounds on Sasuke's body as her vision turned red. The Sharingan. She had awakened the Sharingan at that moment. Just as adult Shin was about to celebrate his victory, a loud shout was heard. The next thing he knew, he was punched and instantly crashed into the ground as a large crater was formed. And the one responsible. It was precisely Sakura. 888. Meanwhile, Hiroshi paced back and forth during lunch break as he couldn't find his sister anywhere. He ran off to the academy first and thought that she was following right behind him, only when he reached the academy grounds and turned around he couldn't find any trace of her. He simply shrugged it off, thinking that she just simply took longer saying goodbye to their dad, However, once class actually started, he was really confused. His sister had never missed class before. In fact, should anyone miss class, it would be him. What threw him off was that Sarada and Kocho were also missing from class, and Sarada was another person who he knew would never usually miss class without a good reason. He assumed the three of them must be off doing something, so he didn't worry too much. But now it was lunch break and all three of them were still gone. He could have sworn that the three of them would have come to school by this point. Now he was nervous that something was wrong and he wasn't there to protect his little sister. Boruto, Mitsuki, Shikadai, Denki, Inojin, and Iwabe just stared at Hiroshi pacing back and forth over and over and over again before Boruto couldn't take it anymore and shouted, "Ah! Cool it, will you, Hiroshi? You're starting to make me nervous. I'm sure they're fine. I mean, it's Sarada, Kocho, and Ira we're talking about. As long as it doesn't involve food, then Kocho's got some self-restraint. And Sarada and Ira aren't the type to do something rash." Shikadai smirked and commented, "Right. They aren't, unlike someone we know." Boruto caught his underlying meaning and replied, Oi, I know you're referring to me, Shikadai." Denki just let out a sigh and said, "How about we just all calm down? It's not like we know where they went anyways, so there's no use fretting over it. Plus, this is Konoha. Lord Seventh is here, isn't he? And from what you told us earlier, Hiroshi, your dad's back too, which means Lord Sixth is also here. With both Lord Sixth and Lord Seventh around, I don't think we have to worry about anything bad happening to Kocho, Sarada, and Ira." After hearing what Denki said, everyone unknowingly calmed down a bit. Hiroshi stopped pacing and just let out a sigh. Yeah, you're probably right, Denki." Creak. The door to the classroom opened as all of their classmates returned along with Shino to resume class. It wasn't until the afternoon that class was finally over, with still no sign of Kocho, Sarada, and Ira. Hiroshi quickly ran back home as fast as he could and dashed into the Hyuga residence. He was running so fast that he didn't watch where he was going and bumped into Hanabi, who gave Hiroshi a curious glance and asked, "Hiroshi, are you okay? You seem to be in a bit of a rush." Hiroshi quickly looked up and said, "Mom. Sorry. I'll pay more attention in the future. Where's Dad? Or, did you see Ira come by?" Hanabi tilted her head confused and simply shook her head. "Ira? No. I haven't seen her yet. Your dad's baking some dessert in the kitchen." Without wasting any time, he dashed towards the kitchen while shouting to Hanabi, "Thanks, Mom." As he opened the kitchen door, he saw Izaya mixing some batter in a bowl and took a deep breath to calm himself down. Relax. Relax. It's probably nothing. I'm sure Ira is fine. It's not like I had a sort of strange feeling or anything, right? I mean, I am only her twin. And twins don't have that kind of intuition, do they? Forget it, forget it. Damn it. You better be okay, little sister. As Hiroshi was lost in his thoughts, Izaya had stopped what he was doing a while ago and simply stared at his son, who had burst into the kitchen only for him to fidget in place without saying anything. Izaya simply smirked to himself and took a spoonful of batter, flinging it across the room, causing it to smack Hiroshi right in the face, leaving a trail of gooey goodness. This instantly snapped him out of his thoughts and caused all the worry to leave his body as he shouted, "Ugh! Dad!" Izaya just laughed before saying, "Are you feeling better?" "Huh? What do you mean?" "What do I mean? You came bursting in here and then just started fidgeting. Is something wrong?" At Izaya's words, Hiroshi cleared his throat and said in seriousness, "Dad. Ira wasn't at school today. She disappeared and I don't know where she went. It's not like her to disappear for so long without letting me know." After hearing Hiroshi's words, Izaya immediately furrowed his brow and his expression became serious. He put down the bowl of batter in his hands and closed his eyes as he immediately spread out his senses, but he instantly relaxed as he felt Ira's presence along with Kocho's and Sarada's by the village gates. He turned to Hiroshi and smiled at him before saying, "Don't worry Hiroshi, your sister's fine. I sensed her just now. She's in the village with Kocho and Sarada. But just in case something did happen, I'll go check up on her." He then placed the bowl of batter in Hiroshi's hands and said, "While I'm gone, can you finish mixing that?" "Thanks." Hiroshi just scratched the back of his neck awkwardly at how everything played out as he watched Izaya disappear in a flash. Well, now I feel like an idiot worrying for nothing." And without even noticing, he began stirring the batter involuntarily as the motion was oddly relaxing after his mental rodeo. A few hours passed as the afternoon turned into evening. At this moment there were two people inside the Hokage's office. They were two of the most powerful shinobi in all of history. Naruto and Sasuke. As they were talking, the door to the Hokage's office swung open, prompting Naruto and Sasuke to stop mid-sentence in their discussion to see who it was. "Izaya?" Naruto questioned. "I heard you got back just in time to stop the new," Sasuke commented. Izaya just stared at Naruto and Sasuke in complete silence. A minute passed. Then another, creating an awkward atmosphere for Sasuke and Naruto as Naruto finally scratched the back of his neck in confusion and asked, "Is something wrong, Izaya?" Finally Izaya just let out a loud defeated sigh. "How?" Sasuke and Naruto just looked at each other in confusion at Izaya's question. "How what?" Naruto ventured to ask. "How have both of your battle senses dulled so much to the point that you let some random rogue ninja get the better of you? You both are two of the most powerful shinobi in all of history. And you let those three kids see you both in such a sorry state. Please tell me you intentionally let yourselves get injured. And if you did, then you better give me a good reason as to why you would want to traumatize our kids into watching you both get stabbed and bleed out." Sasuke and Naruto immediately felt embarrassed and ashamed after hearing what Izaya said. A few seconds passed and a formless pressure started weighing down on both Sasuke and Naruto as they couldn't find a good excuse. Finally Naruto just let out a defeated sigh and replied, ha ha, I don't have a good answer. It just sort of happened, I guess." However, within Naruto's mental psyche was Kurama as Kurama shook his head and said, "What a shame. He's right, you know. Your battle sense has kinda dulled." Sasuke also just sighed. "I made a mistake." Izaya frowned at both of their answers. "Well then, we're going to correct that." At Izaya's words, Naruto and Sasuke raised their eyes in confusion and replied, "What do you mean?" "I mean, since both of your battle senses seem to have dulled, we need to resharpen your knife. In this case you need to fight someone whom you can practice your skills on." "Truly practice your skills on?" Sasuke furrowed his brow as he said, "Are you suggesting we fight you?" Naruto widened his eyes in shock and quickly added, "Wait, hold on. I get that sparring against one another would be a good change of pace since it has been a while since Kurama and I stretched our legs, but you don't mean to take on both of us at the same time, right?" Izaya simply shrugged his shoulders. "I'm not the rusty one. I'll admit. It'd be a challenge to take you both on at once, if you were in prime shape. but getting stabbed by a rogue ninja who most likely had barely 100th of your chakra Naruto and whose ocular power is obviously worse than yours Sasuke, I think I will manage. I already left a note for Shikamaru and Kakashi to manage things here for a bit. Let's go. Before Naruto and Sasuke could say anything more, Izaya appeared before them and teleported them to a desolate wild area with no sign of life in sight. He then took his time to walk a few dozen paces away from Naruto and Sasuke before turning to face them, and with a simple hand gesture he said, "Whenever you both are ready. Come at me. And come at me with the intent to kill or you'll regret it." Naruto and Sasuke just turned to each other with a complicated and slightly doubtful expression before they steeled their nerves and geared up for battle. Bam! In but a mere second both Sasuke and Naruto appeared on either side of Izaya as Naruto punched towards his face and Sasuke swiped at his feet. Without much concern at all, Izaya simply extended out his left arm and caught Naruto's punch in his palm at the same time as he slightly shifted the position of his right foot to block Sasuke's sweep. TCH. TCH. The sound of Izaya effortless blocking their attacks instantly made Sasuke and Naruto realize the truth in just this one exchange as the same thought passed their mind. We really have lost our touch. As Izaya stood in place still in the position of blocking Naruto and Sasuke's attacks, he merely twitched a shoulder muscle, causing Naruto and Sasuke to become alarmed and dash off to the sides to distance themselves. However, Izaya simply placed his hand and foot back down and shook his head. Shameful. Truly shameful. The Naruto and Sasuke I knew wouldn't have moved an inch from a mere shoulder twitch. It seems you both have been out of battle for so long you don't remember how to read the flow of a real fight. Izaya then smirked as a thought came across his mind to make Sasuke and Naruto truly take this fight seriously. Oi! Naruto! Sasuke! This is your last chance. Come at me for real. Stop playing around and worrying whether someone will get hurt. Sasuke, once upon a time you were known as the Dark Fire Shinobi. You were called Demon-Eyed Sasuke. Naruto, you were called the Demon Fox Shinobi. And you are the current Hokage of the Leaf. The 7th Hokage. He then opened the palm of his hand revealing a silver bell as he said, "Remember this." Naruto and Sasuke flinched as they stared at the all too familiar silver bell in Izaya's hands. The same familiar bell that they had once tried to take from Kakashi-sensei when they were genin. Izaya then continued, "I don't want to, however, if I must I'll bring out the bell. Don't tell me you've regressed back to the days when you were genin. Alright, looks like my plan is working." Bringing out the bell is practically mocking them in the face at how much they've regressed. With this they should no longer have any reservations about holding back. It's time to whip them back in shape. And this is actually great training for me as well. I don't know when I might have to face some overwhelmingly powerful opponent like the Otsutsuki clan members, so getting to face off against Naruto and Sasuke will be good for me. After seeing the bell and hearing what Izaya had said, Naruto immediately grinned and felt completely fired up as he no longer had any thoughts of holding back. The same was true for Sasuke as he immediately pulled out his sword of Kusanagi and activated his Mangekyo and Rinnegan. Izaya smirked and nodded in approval as he noticed Naruto and Sasuke's newfound resolve and tossed the bell aside as he knew he wouldn't need it anymore. Just as the bell fell to the ground, Naruto appeared right in front of Izaya in the blink of an eye, completely covered in his chakra mode with his 6 paths power also activated. He threw a punch and then a kick followed by an elbow strike and a series of swipes, thrusts, uppercuts, sweeps, grapples, swings, holds, and gouges. Each of his attacks getting faster and more ferocious than the next. However, Izaya expertly followed each and every one of Naruto's movements with his trained Rinnegan eyes, allowing him to predict and counter Naruto's every move. It was then that Sasuke appeared behind Izaya whilst he was still engaged in a heated showdown of taijutsu with Naruto, and attacked as he expertly slashed, sliced, cut, stabbed, swept, scraped, diced, swiped, and lunged. Izaya had been able to sense Sasuke's approach, so he had pulled out one of his special kunai, blocking and parrying Sasuke's attacks. Just as Izaya took note of Sasuke's sword stabbing towards his leg, he expertly moved only as much as he needed to in order to sidestep and dodge Sasuke's attack. However, this minimal movement of his prevented Naruto from noticing that while Sasuke's sword would miss Izaya, it was heading straight for his own leg. Sasuke had used too much power in his thrust that he couldn't stop the momentum from moving forward, so he gritted his teeth and activated the power of his Rinnegan, instantly replacing himself and his sword with a giant boulder. Izaya widened his eyes in surprise at Sasuke's move as the giant boulder appeared behind him, hindering the space around him. This gave Naruto a chance as he shouted, "Big Ball Rasengan!" However, Izaya simply smiled and let Naruto smash his giant Rasengan right into him as he dropped his kunai. Naruto's grin at his success lasted only for a split second as he realized that Izaya was absorbing his attack with his Rinnegan powers, so he immediately cancelled his jutsu. But in the next moment Izaya gripped Naruto's arm that was still extended outwards and flung Naruto right into the giant boulder, by them instantly smashing it to pieces. Sasuke had finally returned to rejoin the battle, only for Izaya to shout, "Almighty push!" Boom! Both Naruto and Sasuke were flung through the air in opposite directions. Sasuke narrowed his eyes and noticed Izaya dash out towards Naruto, so he stuck out his hand and shouted, "Universal pull!" Izaya immediately felt his entire body get dragged through the air over towards Sasuke. Sasuke quickly steadied himself midair and gripped his sword of Kusanagi tight in his hand as he prepared to strike. Izaya merely twisted his body in the air to reorient himself, so he was facing Sasuke as he gripped the hilt of Muramasa. Just as they were both in range of each other's swords, Sasuke slashed downwards. However, he widened his eyes in shock as he felt an incredibly murderous aura erupt all around him. Almost as if he were surrounded by raging mad psychotic bloodthirsty beasts. That momentary shock slightly slowed his movements as Izaya unsheathed Muramasa and with a calm steady breath, said, "Kenjutsu, Shadowless." He then slashed out right at Sasuke's sword with a speed so fast that it left no shadow behind. Rrrting! A near-deafening ringing sound could be heard the moment the two blades collided. The impact from Izaya's sword strike against Sasuke's sword not only sent Sasuke flying through the air, it had even completely shattered Sasuke's sword into pieces. Just before Sasuke was about to crash into a large boulder, he activated his Susanu's ribcage to surround and protect him. Bang! Instantly the boulder that Sasuke crashed into shattered to pieces from the force of the impact. Izaya slowly landed back on the ground at this moment, sheathing his sword, and quickly formed some hand signs saying, "Summoning Jutsu." Poof! 3 small puffs of smoke appeared around him, revealing 3 crows with Rinnegan eyes. They quickly flew high into the air, giving Izaya a complete view of the battlefield. He instantly saw Naruto flying through the air straight at him with incredible speed and took note of the lava-style Rasen Shuriken in his hands. Just as Naruto threw it, Izaya quickly stuck out his palm and shouted, "Sun Sphere Beam." Instantly a dazzling golden beam of dense chakra and chaotic elemental natures swept through the air and struck Naruto's attack, creating a giant blast of pure energy from the collision. Boom! Naruto was forced to stop in his tracks so he wouldn't fly straight into the blast radius. However, he ended up stopping close to where Izaya had left his kunai from earlier. Izaya instantly appeared behind Naruto and performed a roundhouse kick, knocking Naruto right in the head. The kick sent him uncontrollably rolling through the air as Izaya then shouted, "Wood style, multi-wood dragon jutsu." The ground shook as 10 giant wood dragons erupted from the earth. 5 aimed right for Naruto and the other 5 straight for Sasuke. Naruto gritted his teeth and spun to stabilize himself in the air before immediately transforming into a giant Kurama using his tails to deflect the wood dragons. Sasuke instantly activated his perfect Susanoo and with his 2 Susanoo blades he successfully destroyed the wood dragons aimed at him. Izaya smirked and shouted, "Wood style, Kanzeon Lotus King." The ground trembled and shook as a giant wooden Buddha appeared with 5 faces at the top of its head and 100 arms behind its back. Izaya controlled the Lotus King to engage Naruto's giant Kurama form in battle as he himself dashed straight for Sasuke, activating his own perfect Susanoo. At that moment 2 incredibly imposing and majestic Susanoos stood opposite each other. One donned in radiant purple majesty and the other in abyssal dark glory. Without wasting any time for words, both sides clashed, reshaping the terrain with every move they made. Boom! Rathatip! Crash! Baerang! The earth tore apart beneath them, the sky clouded over with chaotic storms, and the wind formed terrible tornadoes. At this moment Naruto frowned as the giant Lotus King opened its mouth and blasted a series of all 5 different elemental ninjutsus at him all at once. As Naruto used his tails to block the attack, the Lotus King swept out with all 100 wooden hands and smacked the giant Kurama Naruto, crashing through the ground and flipping through the air towards Sasuke and Izaya. Just before Naruto's disoriented form could crash into Izaya, he instantly teleported away with his flying thunder god, immediately dispelling his Susanoo. This shocked Sasuke as Naruto crashed into him instead. Boom! The earth shook and quaked at their collision to the ground. Naruto gritted his teeth and shouted, "Sasuke." Sasuke nodded in understanding and replied, "Yeah." Sasuke then placed his hands on Naruto's back, immediately cloaking his Kurama form in armor as they both shouted, "Majestic attire, Susanoo 9 Tails mode." In but a mere moment the form of a titanic resplendent Kurama donned in the purple armor of Sasuke's perfect Susanoo stood with imposing might. Izaya looked at the sight before him and stared in awe, for he could feel just how incredibly powerful the technique Sasuke and Naruto were using. MN. This is it. They've slowly been getting back their momentum. I probably won't have it that easy facing them next time now that they are back in the groove of things. Naruto looked down from the top of their technique and said, "Izaya. Thanks. You've helped Sasuke and I get back into shape, but maybe we should end things here." Izaya simply smirked and shook his head as he replied, "It's fine. Perhaps I'll surprise you." Naruto furrowed his brow but heard Sasuke say, "Do it, Naruto." Naruto shrugged his shoulders and took a deep breath before controlling the giant Susanoo Kurama to grip the sword by its side and slash out, immediately destroying the wooden Lotus King, which was just barely half its size. The force generated from this one single motion created a wind so powerful that Izaya was lifted off of the ground and sent rolling through the air uncontrollably. He gritted his teeth and said, "What do you say, Senko? Wanna stretch your wings?" Inside Izaya's mental psyche, Senko just let out a sigh and replied, "Boy, it took a long time for me to gather my chakra just so I could prepare to connect to another dimension for us to explore. If I lend you my power now, I'd have to start over. It could take a few months before I'm ready to reconnect to a dimension. Are you sure you really want me to lend you my strength?" This is just sparring, isn't it? Besides, even if I lent you my strength so you could contend with their jutsu, it won't last very long. Furthermore, you could already end this fight if you wanted to a long time ago. You marked Naruto multiple times during your exchange in hand-to-hand combat already, didn't you? He didn't even notice. You could just teleport inside their jutsu and call it a day. Izaya smirked at Senko's remark. Come on, Senko. It won't be as fun then. Besides, even if it takes longer before we can travel to another dimension, it's fine by me. I want to spend more time with my family anyways. I was already gone for a little over 2 months. I miss being with them. Senko just let out a loud sigh. Very well, I still think this is a waste of chakra. Senko grumbled towards the end. This mental conversation happened very quickly as Izaya was still rolling through the air. He then curled his body into a ball and flipped backwards to reposition himself as he turned back to face Naruto and Sasuke, and in that moment Senko unleashed control of his power, giving Izaya free rein. Zethring. A burst of majestic crimson aura erupted from Izaya's body as the cry of a loud phoenix could be heard resonating throughout the entire area. Izaya activated his perfect Susanoo, combining it with Senko's powerful chakra as he said, "Majestic attire, Susanoo Vermilion Phoenix mode." Boom! In a mere instant the imposing form of a titanic black-armored Susanoo wreathed in burning red-crimson flames with giant red-crimson wings on its back stepped onto the battlefield, no smaller than Naruto and Sasuke's majestic attire. Susanoo Nine Tails mode, leaving both Naruto and Sasuke shocked to the extreme. Both sides felt their hearts beat uncontrollably in their chests as they instantly clashed in the center of the battlefield, causing a chaotic destruction that seemed greater than even that of the Fourth Great Ninja War. Hours passed by as the sun was just about to disappear from the evening sky. Shikamaru and Kakashi were in the Hokage's office looking over some documents and talking amiably when they nearly had a heart attack. Out of nowhere and with no warning, 3 shinobi instantly appeared inside the office. Their clothes were completely torn and tattered. Hair disheveled. Blood and dirt stains covered their bodies. And they smelled of sweat, iron, steam, and ash. They were precisely 3 of the world's most powerful shinobi: Izaya, Naruto, and Sasuke. Shikamaru dropped the pen he was holding and Kakashi dropped the documents in his hands. The only sound was heavy panting as the 3 supreme shinobi huffed and puffed, trying to catch their breath. Shikamaru was the first to snap out of his daze as he rushed to their side in alarm and stammered, What the hell happened? How did all 3 of you get like this? Was it the Otsutsuki clan? Did more of them somehow arrive on Earth without us knowing? While Shikamaru was panicking, Naruto, Sasuke, and Izaya simply laughed as Naruto finally said, "Ha ha 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 ha. Kurama and I haven't fought like that in ages. It seems I really have gotten rusty." Sasuke also smirked and commented, "Yeah. Ever since Kaguya I don't think I've ever used my powers to that extent. But, now I need to get another new sword." Izaya rubbed the back of his head awkwardly and apologized, "Ha, sorry about that, Sasuke. I didn't mean to shatter your sword." Sasuke just shook his head. "It's fine. It's not like it'll be hard to replace. It'll just be a bit annoying because I'll have to visit Orochimaru to get a new one." Shikamaru and Kakashi were completely baffled at the conversation they were hearing in front of them, so Kakashi chimed in confusedly, "So, it wasn't the Otsutsuki clan?" Naruto just shook his head amiably and replied, "Oh, Shikamaru, Kakashi-sensei, you guys are still here." "Right, we were just doing some training, that's all." Shikamaru and Kakashi just had their jaws drop in disbelief at their answer. Izaya simply shrugged his shoulders and gave a light stretch before beginning to walk out and said, "Well, I think you both have gotten at least a bit of your groove back, so you should be fine going forward. Just remember that from now on you both shouldn't neglect your training. Besides, Naruto, even when I'm not around, Haku still is. Pay him a visit sometimes. He still keeps up his training by visiting Kimimaro from time to time in Iwagakure. And Sasuke is traveling around, so at least he's getting some experience while out in the world. And, why does it feel like you're always in your office? You know I put a system in place so the Hokage doesn't have to be cooped up in here all the time, right? Stop thinking that you have to do everything yourself. Break that bad habit of yours." Just before Izaya was about to leave, Naruto chimed in, "Izaya. Tomorrow at noon I'm holding a 5-Kage Summit meeting at the ASF HQ. Since you're back, then maybe you'd like to join us." Izaya thought about it for a moment before answering, "Does this have to do with what you and Sasuke were talking about previously before I came in?" "MN. It does. It's about the Otsutsuki clan." Izaya let out a soft sigh. "Hara, very well. I'll tag along. Oh, by the way, what happened to all of Shin's clones?" I had Yamato and a team send them to the ASF HQ and placed under Kabuto's watch." Izaya thought about what Naruto said for a moment before simply nodding his head. And with that he left the Hokage's office. The next day the ASF HQ was filled with reporters and cameras as these journalists prepared to live broadcast the arrival of all 5-Kage to the rest of the world. Izaya stood off to the side, hidden in the shadows, as he watched this all play out and sighed to himself. The world's become modern so quickly. They remind me of my old world a bit. Well, no use in getting sentimental. Since I'm not the current Hokage, I won't make a flashy entrance. But seriously, the PR trouble that we ninja have to go through. Izaya simply shook his head before dashing off inside where the meeting would be held. He sat down on one of the couches in the conference room and waited. The first to arrive was the 5th Raikage, Derue. Next was the 6th Mitsukage, Chojuro. Then the 4th Sushikage, Kurotsuchi. The 5th Kazekage, Gaara, was after. And finally, last to appear was Naruto, the 7th Hokage. As they all took their respective seats around the round table as equals, Shikamaru walked in and said, "Well, shall we get this meeting started?" Gaara turned to look around the room and said, "6th Hokage, it's good to see you again. It's been a while. How come I don't see Sasuke? Wasn't this meeting convened because there was something important to discuss in regards to his mission?" Naruto chimed in at that moment. "Sasuke already left this morning. As you all already know, we've been searching for clues regarding the Otsutsuki clan for many years." He then turned to Izaya and nodded, prompting Izaya to let out a sigh and say, "Well, like Naruto said, we've been searching for traces and clues of the Otsutsuki clan for many years. After I took up office as the 6th Hokage, I had a feeling that Kaguya wasn't the only outworlder in the universe that might arrive on Earth. This theory was held true with the moon incident, as I'm sure you all recall." Chojuro nodded and commented, "Right. It was thanks to your action that the moon calamity was avoided, 6th Hokage." Izaya nodded and continued, "Anyways, Sasuke's been searching all this time on the whereabouts of Kaguya's base. This is only possible thanks to his Rinnegan. I too have been searching for traces of the Otsutsuki clan all this time and have been trying to gather as much information as I can, to which I have already shared what I know with you all. Now according to Sajuke's findings it won't be long until other beings on the level of Kaguya, if not greater than her, will appear in this world. The timeline isn't really specific, but it could be any time from today to a few several years. The main point is that at most, it'll only be a few several years. The room went silent for a few moments before all the kids let out a sigh. Chojuro frowned and said, "We may be at peace now, but the ravages of the fourth GNW haven't been completely erased. I don't think the people of the world can take another war on the scale of the last one. How are we to explain the situation to them?" Kurotsuchi massaged her eyebrows as she commented, "This puts us in a tough spot." Naruto then said with a look of determination, "The future ought to remain bright. That's what Sajuke said to me." The kids just let out another sigh as they began to seriously think about the matter. Derue then chimed in, "So, 6th Hokage, you say that these outworlders like Kaguya will most likely appear within our time, huh? And in a mere few years at that, I suppose we'd still be around, however." Chojuro nodded in seriousness, agreed. "I wonder how the next generation will fare. If we fail it may truly be the end." Naruto frowned and asked, "What do you mean?" Kurotsuchi just sighed and said, "Well, the generation after us don't know war. All they know is peace. And they are still young. First off, each village had lost nearly half of their military strength after the war. It takes a long time to try and recover from something like that. The new generation shinobi have filled those spots, but just how many can they fill in such a short amount of time? Not enough. Not only that, in times of peace the level of skill in the newer generation isn't as refined or polished. It was thanks to the 6th Hokage, Izaya, who proposed a plan to fix this problem." Derue nodded and commented, "Right. The 5 Great Games. It was a great idea. With this plan in place it helped in many areas. First, it helped increase and maintain the friendly relations between all the great nations. Second, it kept the daimyos occupied with something to look forward to. Something they could spend, waste, and invest their money in for entertainment, so they wouldn't try to pressure nations to go to war for resources or for material gains. Third, because the 5 Great Games is held in a different village every 2 years, it helps those villages increase their economic revenue. And finally, fourth, through this competition it would give the shinobi of each nation a reason and a platform to continue to hone and better their skills so they wouldn't remain dull." Kurotsuchi nodded in agreement and added, "Izaya, your proposal was truly revolutionary. However, the problem is that we've only had the chance to hold one competition in all these years. The reason is because it took us a long time to hash out the details of this plan. The very first of the 5 Great Games competition was held just 5 months ago in Kirigakyo. That means we have another 2 years before we host another one. Not enough time has passed yet for each nation to feel the positive effects of these games." Gaara closed his eyes before chiming in, "Unreliable. Making a comparison of how one generation fares to the next is unreliable. Which era and age did not make a comparison like that and have the results turn out much more different than they had expected. Just because we may not see it now does not mean that the next generation will not surpass us. What we should do and what we only need to do is continue to do our best to guide the new generation. And if this threat comes, then all we need to do is stake our lives on the line to protect that which we must. Just as we did in the 4th Great Ninja War." At Gaara's words, the atmosphere in the room changed to one of a more positive light as Izaya smirked and praised, "Well said, Gaara." It was then that the 5 Kage summit was adjourned as everyone returned to their villages. Time skip 2 years. As Ira sat in class listening to Shino-sensei's lecture, she couldn't help but wonder what Izaya was up to. I wonder where Papa is this time. After he brought Zen back to the village, he stayed here for a few days before taking Zen to explore the other villages and the continent. While Papa was out with Zen, he would teleport back home every few days to keep us company. This went on for a few weeks until he brought Zen back to the village. He and Mom went on vacation for a month, and when they got back, Papa helped watch over mine and Hiroshi's training. He helped Hiroshi improve his taijutsu a little, but right now it's still hard to say whether he's better than Boruto or not. Papa also helped Hiroshi practice to better control his chakra usage when utilizing his wood style. Papa also helped me gain a deeper understanding of my lava style. I never knew there were so many different types of lava style, and by understanding the principles behind each lava style, I can alter my chakra to match which form best suits the situation. Papa knows so much. I hope I can become a shinobi just like him one day. Papa actually decided to stay for a whole year this time when he came back. But after that, Papa left again on his mission. I don't know where he went, but I hope he comes back soon. Ira was snapped out of her thoughts as Shino said, "All right. Now this may be your final year here at the academy and you may only have a few months left, but that doesn't mean you can slack off. Anyways, having said that, I must say this. I am so incredibly proud of each and every one of you. As you all know, during your last year at the academy you must pass a series of milestone exams before you can take the graduation exams, such as the written knowledge test, walking on water and tree climbing test, and performing the clone and transformation jutsu test. You all can take these as many times as you need and want to during your final year to help you pass, but already everyone in this class has already passed their milestone exams. That means you all qualify to take the graduation exam. But, like I said, just because you all are eligible to take the graduation exam doesn't mean you can slack off. You must still attend classes and pay attention to the rest of your lessons." Boruto smirked as he chimed in, "Easy peasy. Shino-sensei, since we all passed, can't we do something fun instead? Sitting around in class all day is boring." Shino just let out a sigh before saying, "Well, actually there is something I need to tell you all. We are doing something that hasn't been done before. The academy is conducting a class field trip outside of the village to the land of water. So all of you need to exercise extreme precaution and be well behaved. After all, you all will be representing our village. Don't cause any trouble." Shino then turned to look toward Boruto and Hiroshi and said, "Really? Absolutely don't cause any trouble. Please?" Boruto and Hiroshi just turned to look at each other and smirked. Shino sighed and continued, "If anything does happen, you all can consider the trip cancelled and we will return back to Konoha early. Now, it's time to select a class leader for this field trip. Any volunteers?" The classroom was completely silent as no one looked Shino in the eyes. Shino just sighed. No one, huh? At this moment everyone had the same thought. "Please don't be me. Please don't pick me." Sarada broke the silence first as she raised her hand and said, "Shino-sensei, I think Uzumaki Boruto would be a good leader for our class trip." At that moment Shikadai widened his eyes in surprise at Sarada's quick thinking and said, "Oh, sensei, I agree. I think Boruto would be a great class leader." Boruto widened his eyes in shock and disbelief. Just as he was going to say something, he was cut off as Hiroshi said, "Yeah. I think Boruto would make a great class leader. He's cheerful and has a lot of energy. He's easily likable and he's skillful. He'd be perfect. The last person Boruto had thought would nominate him was Hiroshi, so he stared at Hiroshi with complete and utter shock and confusion. Hiroshi just smiled mischievously at Boruto's reaction. Heh. Sorry Boruto, but I understand what Sarada and Shikadai are doing. Since you and I kind of get into trouble a lot, they want to nominate you as leader so you won't go off on your own doing something crazy. If I don't nominate you, then they might try to nominate me. I'm not trying to be in charge of this class of misfits. Too much work. It wasn't long before everyone in the class agreed to naming Boruto as the class leader, so Shino nodded and agreed. Boruto just stared in disbelief at everyone, completely defeated. Class ended right after as Boruto and the others walked around the village. Shikadai broke the silence and commented, "Kirigakure is a rural place, I hear. I wonder if there'll be anything to do over there." Boruto just smirked. "Heh. Don't worry about stuff like that. Since you all nominated me as class leader, you all better listen to me. Besides, with me around I'll liven things up no matter what the situation." Sarada looked doubtful as she interjected, "Liven things up? HMPF. You're more likely to stir up trouble. Don't tell me that's how you plan to liven things up." Boruto's eyelid twitched in annoyance at Sarada's remark. "Oi, have some faith in me, will ya?" Iwabe simply clicked his tongue. "TCH. Don't get all carried away. Don't you know? Kirigakure used to be called the Blood Mist Village. There's nothing good about the place." Hiroshi tilted his head to the side and thought for a moment before responding, "True, but that was all in the past. My dad took me to visit Kirigakure a long time ago, so I don't really remember what it was like, but according to my dad, Kirigakure is pretty modern now. He says it's actually very pretty there. In fact, if I think about it, 2 years ago the 5 Great Games were held in Kirigakure." Boruto gave a confused look and asked, "5 Great Games? What's that?" Shikadai gave a thoughtful look before saying, "It's a friendly competition hosted by the 5 great nations that lasts for 7 days. Apparently only Jonin and Chunin can enter the competition, and they must be entered as a team. In a single team there will be 1 Jonin and 3 Chunin. Just like a 4-man cell. At most only 3 teams can be entered at a time from a single nation. It also isn't limited to just the 5 nations. Any nation can enter a team as long as they officially register a valid team before the deadline. Those that register must sign their name in blood on a contract in order to participate in the games. The competition is made up of 5 total games. Every registered member is given a reverse summoning tag so that if they wish to quit or if they feel that their life is in danger, then they can activate it and escape. That's why they must sign their name in blood on a contract before they can participate. If memory serves, I believe a team from Kirigakure won the very first 5 Great Games competition." After hearing what Shikadai said, everyone started thinking to themselves as they were immediately intrigued about the games. Mitsuki chimed in at this moment, "The games sound interesting, but how come I don't really hear anything about it?" Shikadai rubbed the bottom of his chin as he said, "Well, from what I know only 1 official game has been held so far. It's a new thing that the 5 great nations are working on. The games are only held every 2 years, so back then we weren't really paying much attention to it since we had school and stuff to focus on. But if I remember correctly, my dad said that it was Lord 6th Hokage who invented the games." Everyone exclaimed with surprise. Even Hiroshi didn't know that his dad was the one who created the games. Boruto had a thoughtful look as he said, "Uncle Izaya did, huh? Sounds like Uncle Izaya did a lot of amazing stuff during his time as the Hokage. At that moment the familiar voice of Shikamaru could be heard. Of course Lord Sixth did amazing things during his reign as Hokage. After the Fourth Great Ninja War, every village lost half of its military strength. Economic output and input was at an all-time record low. The infrastructure of the village was in shambles. And practically each of the 5 great nations were left in ruin. It was thanks to Lord Sixth's leadership that allowed the village to not only stabilize, but to prosper. He created the current education system that we have here in Konoha, which all the other 5 great nations have now adopted the same or a similar curriculum. He was also the one to solidify the foundations of the ASFHQ. And finally, before he stepped down from his position as the Hokage, he created the system of the 5 great games. It pays to know your history, you know. Boruto was unknowingly intrigued, but in the end he awkwardly scratched the side of his face, thinking to himself, if Uncle Izaya did all that while he was the Hokage, then I wonder what Dad has done as the Hokage. Everyone was snapped out of their thoughts as Shikamaru mumbled something about being late and dashed off. Shikadai just stared awkwardly at his dad's retreating form in the distance, and Hiroshi turned to look at his dad's face on the cliffside of Konoha in deep thought. Dad. I knew you were awesome, but every time I learn more about you it just seems like you get more awesome. How am I supposed to catch up at this point? Seems I need to train harder. Even though Dad helped watch over my training, I need to try even harder. I only have good control over one of my Keki Genkais right now. If I want to be as awesome as Dad, then I have to work on controlling my other Keki Genkais too. The next day everyone boarded the train from Konoha that led them out of the village and all the way down to the port side of the ocean, where they all took a giant ferry heading towards Kirigakyo. As everyone was off doing their own things, Ira, Sarada, Kocho, and Sumaya stood on the edge of the rails taking in the beautiful sight of the ocean. Sarada took in a deep breath and relished the feel of the ocean breeze on her skin. Amazing, isn't it? As Kocho ate her chocolate bar, she responded, "What is? Beyond this ocean are several other lands and villages." Sumaya nodded. It's hard to imagine. I wonder what the other lands are like. A moment of silence passed in peaceful silence between them all before Kocho said, Wait, Sarada, Ira, don't both of your dads travel around the world a lot? They must have told you what kinds of places they've been to, right? Give us some details. Sarada furrowed her brows a bit as she thought about it, but in the end she shook her head and replied, Papa doesn't say too much about it. What about you, Ira? Does Lord Sixth say anything about the places he's been to? Ira simply nodded her head. Papa has told me a little bit about the places he's gone. He says that the other great villages have become more modern and developed like Konoha, but they each have something different to offer. Papa also said that in this world there are 2 great continental divides. The divide we live on and the divide on the other side of the world. Our continent is called the 6 Paths Continent and the other one is called the Sage Continent. Sarada, Kocho, and Sumaya widened their eyes in great shock at the revelation that there was actually an entirely different continent and it was on the other end of the world. Sumaya looked on with great interest and asked, Then, Lord Sixth has been there before? To the Sage Continent. What did he say it was like? Ira slightly flinched as she momentarily remembered her experience when she visited as a child, but she quickly shook it off and said, Papa says that it's a very wild and dangerous place. The natural energy on that continent runs wild and so it experiences many different kinds of natural disasters like earthquakes, tornadoes, hurricanes, wildfires, and more. On top of that, these natural disasters are much more powerful there than here due to the wild natural energies fueling them. There are people who are native to those lands that live there as well, but their lands and villages and towns aren't modernized like over here. It was then that Boruto walked over and interrupted. "Oh. What are you guys doing over here? Sounds like you guys are talking about something interesting." Sarada smirked and said, "Heh. What's wrong? Came to join us cause we're more fun to hang around than the guys, huh? Well, too bad, girls only." Boruto gave a deadpan expression at Sarada's comment. "Oi, I was just curious. I overheard Ira say something interesting, that's all." "Heh, so you were eavesdropping then?" "Ah. I was not. You guys were just talking too loud, that's all." "Well, you can go away now." Boruto smirked. "I want to look at the ocean from the deck too, you know." Sarada just smiled and turned back to look at the ocean when Boruto remarked, "You've been pretty spirited lately." Sarada fixed her glasses and responded, "What, is that a problem?" "No, it's totally fine. You know I'm not interested in becoming Hokage. You're the only one in the entire village who can't see how great Lord Seventh is. Heh. And I'm the only one who sees how much of a loser he is." He then turned towards Sarada and Ira. "I hear people say that your dad was incredibly strong. I also heard people say that Uncle Izaya was super strong. Isn't that way cooler than trying to be Hokage?" Sarada smiled. "We aren't talking about my dad. And besides, aren't you forgetting that your uncle was the 6th Hokage? Besides, I want to become a shinobi like Lord 6th and 7th." Boruto simply gave a disinterested look. "Eh, really? Well, what about you, Ira?" Ira simply stared at the ocean in silence for a moment before answering, "I want to be a shinobi as great as Papa one day." Boruto raised his eyebrow in wonderment. "Then, does that mean you also want to become Hokage one day?" Ira shook her head. "No. I'm not interested in something like that. I just want to become a shinobi like Papa." Boruto just scratched the back of his head in confusion. That seems a bit confusing to understand. But I suppose." Sarada smirked. "HMPF. A boy like you obviously wouldn't understand." Boruto furrowed his brow. "And you do? Why'd you nominate me for class leader anyways? So that you wouldn't run off on your own causing trouble for the entire class. That way we can all have fun on this trip." "Ah. That's underhand." As Boruto and Sarada dashed around in playful arguing banter, Kocho, Ira, and Sumaya just stood on the side watching in awkward amusement. Day turned to night and night into day again as the ferry finally reached Kirigakyo. As everyone lined up in front of Shino and Anko, who were the two supervisors from Konoha for the trip, Shino said, "All right everyone, line up and stick together. Our guide from the hidden mist will arrive shortly." As if on cue, a handsome shinobi with short messy grey hair parted to the side of his face, clad in black pants, striped purple shirt, green long-sleeved vest, black gloves, and a wooden katana strapped to his waist, approached as he said, "Welcome everyone, to Kirigakyo. I'll be your guide for the duration of the trip. My name is Kagura. Karatakai Kagura." Many of the girls in the class were immediately infatuated with Kagura as Anko whispered, "He's a close aide of the 6th Mitsukage. He's only a few years older than you all and a candidate to be the next Mitsukage." Immediately Shikadai narrowed his eyes as he was staring at the familiar face of Kagura, but he couldn't remember where he saw him. Then it hit him. Oh! Hiroshi and Boruto noticed Shikadai's reaction and asked, "What?" Shikadai simply responded, "I've seen him before on TV. He's part of the team from Kirigakyo who won the very first ever 5 Great Games competition." Boruto and Hiroshi exclaimed with shock. At that moment Kagura walked up to Boruto and Hiroshi and said, "I'm very honored to be the one to welcome both the son of the legendary Uzumaki Naruto, the 7th Hokage, and the son of the legendary Karasuma Izaya, the 6th Hokage. Oh, and of course your classmates." He then bowed, making both Boruto and Hiroshi feel awkward. But it was then that Kagura took note of Ira's presence hidden behind everyone else and instantly widened his eyes in shock. Who's that? She's beautiful. Wait. That's the daughter of the 6th Hokage. How could I have missed her? I accidentally greeted only Boruto and Hiroshi and failed to properly greet the daughter of someone as esteemed as her. I made a fool of myself. How will Lord Chojuro see me? No. How will she see me? Kagura quickly snapped out of his thoughts as he walked over to Ira and knelt before her. My apologies. I failed to properly greet you. It is a great honor to be the one to welcome you to Kirigakyo. If I am not mistaken, then you are the daughter of the 6th Hokage, correct? Everyone in the class turned to look at the scene and was instantly at a loss for words. Even Ira didn't expect this. She didn't care that Kagura had not greeted her earlier. In fact, with the way he greeted people, she would have preferred Kagura to not greet her. She thought his greeting was a bit excessive towards Boruto and Hiroshi, but now she was completely dumbfounded because he took his excessive greeting even one step further towards her. A few moments of silence passed through the area in awkwardness before Ira simply nodded. A pleasure. She then slowly walked around Kagura and over to Sarada and Kocho with an expressionless face. Boruto nudged Hiroshi in the shoulders and whispered, Hiroshi, shouldn't you say something?" Hiroshi just awkwardly scratched the back of his head and coughed. Ahem. He then walked behind Kagura and slapped him on the back, amiably shocking Kagura out of his nervous state, and said, "Well Kagura, it's nice to meet you. I'm Hiroshi. That was my twin sister Ira. Don't mind her. So, wanna show us around?" Kagura breathed out a sigh of relief as he was momentarily saved from his act of foolishness and nodded. "Right, let me take you all around Kirigakyo." As Kagura showed everyone a bit of the village, it wasn't long before everyone went off to explore on their own. Sarada witnessed Iwabe walk off on his own and frowned as she immediately had a bad feeling, so she lectured Boruto and Denki to go find him. As Hiroshi was walking around, he noticed that Boruto, Denki, and Iwabe were nowhere to be seen, so he ran off to find them. Just as he turned a corner behind the dark alley of some buildings, he caught sight of the 3 of them standing off to the side as 2 hidden mist shinobi were walking away. He simply tilted the side of his head confused and ran up to them. "Hey, Boruto, Denki, Iwabe, what are you guys doing in an alley like this?" Boruto just scratched the back of his head and sighed. "Nothing. Iwabe took off on his own, so we went to get him. Anyways, let's just go back." Hiroshi could only shrug at his cousin's answer. The next day everyone was introduced to the previous 5th Mitsukage, Terumi. And they were also introduced to the current 6th Mitsukage, Chojuro, as Chojuro began to give a long lecture of introductions and welcome. It wasn't long after Kagura took them around the village again. This time he took them to take a look at the academy of the village. As everyone stood on the balcony, they watched as a large pool of water filled the surface below while several academy students sparred with wooden swords in hand. Hiroshi and Ira looked on with great interest as Hiroshi thought about his own dad's sword skills. Dad is always carrying around that katana he calls Muramasa by his side with him. I asked Dad about it before, but he just says that it's an incredibly dangerous weapon that requires absolute focus and skill to handle. Dad said that he would never unsheath his blade in the presence of the villagers. Something about the sword having its own unique aura that could put the innocent in harm's way. I once asked Dad if I could hold it, which he let me. But for some reason I could never unsheath the blade from its hilt. One thing is for certain though, Dad once showed me his skill with the sword and it left me speechless. I couldn't even see how he cut the tree before it was already cut. They say that Kirigakyo is the birthplace of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist and that they all wielded incredible power, being strong enough to destroy an entire nation. They also say that the 6th Mitsukage is one of these swordsmen and wields the great blade Hiramekaya. I wonder how the Mitsukage sword skills compare to Dad's. At that moment Hiroshi was brought out of his thoughts as Chojuro appeared out of nowhere and said, "So, what do you all think?" Asuka turned around at this moment and replied, "Pretty good. Konoha has a really good Taijutsu curriculum, but our Kenjutsu curriculum isn't as good as this." Boruto nodded in agreement. "Right. It looks pretty cool." Chojuro smiled. "Would you like to try?" Boruto grinned excitedly. "Would that be all right?" Chojuro simply nodded. "Kagura, please be his sparring partner." Kagura had a complicated expression on his face as he replied, "Are you sure?" Once again Chojuro nodded. "You're both shinobi. To become friends it's not bad to know each other's strengths." Hiroshi grumbled at this moment. "Oh man, I wanted to spar." Boruto simply smirked in victory. "Heh, better luck next time, Hiroshi." However, Chojuro interjected. "That might be possible. Kagura, what do you say? Are you okay with taking on both Boruto and Hiroshi in a spar at the same time?" "Ee." Boruto and Hiroshi exclaimed in shock. "Are you sure that's okay?" "I don't mind going after," Hiroshi commented. Kagura took a moment to think it over as he carefully studied both Boruto and Hiroshi before nodding his head. "Very well. It would be my honor to take you both on." Boruto and Hiroshi could only glance at each other and shrug their shoulders as they and Kagura made their way down to the training arena. Inojin commented at this very moment on the balcony, "That Kagura guy seems pretty confident. Taking on both Boruto and Hiroshi." Shikadai quickly replied, "Didn't you hear what I said before? Kagura was part of the team that took first place in the 5 Great Games. That means his skills aren't anything to laugh at." At that moment Boruto and Hiroshi stood opposite of Kagura on the water's surface as they each held a wooden katana in their hand. Immediately they all took up their prospective sword stance. However, at this moment Kagura narrowed his eyes in focus and surprise as he noted the difference between Boruto and Hiroshi. "That's interesting. Boruto's sword stance shows that he's not trained in Kenjutsu, however Hiroshi's sword stance shows that he is. That means I need to be more careful against Hiroshi." Chojuro gave the signal to start, but all 3 of them remained standing completely still as they each tried to find an opening to attack. As Boruto frowned and struggled to find a weakness in Kagura's stance, Hiroshi quickly calmed his mind and thought back to the basic movements Izaya had taught him in Kenjutsu. While he knew Kenjutsu wasn't his greatest skill, he was still trained in it and familiar with it nonetheless. Boruto couldn't take it anymore and simply charged forward as he splashed the water in front of Kagura to block his view before dashing to the side and swung his sword. Kagura moved back and repositioned his body so Boruto was in his view, at the same time ensured that he wouldn't lose sight of Hiroshi. He then expertly parried, countered, and disarmed Boruto's katana from him. Boruto held his hands up in complete defeat as he remarked, "Oh man. You totally got me. You're strong, Kagura." However, Kagura remained silent as his grip tightened on his sword for a moment. The blood raging through him as a hidden bloodlust behind his sword strike welled up inside. Hiroshi narrowed his eyes as he didn't miss the hidden bloodlust behind Kagura's sword, but in the end saw that Kagura controlled it and calmed down. Kagura then turned his attention to Hiroshi and asked, "Why did you not attack together with Boruto?" Hiroshi smirked. "That would be dishonorable. You may be strong, but we aren't enemies. There's no need to resort to exploiting tricks and cheap tactics just to give us the edge. Since Boruto's out, it's just you and me." Kagura narrowed his eyes in focus as he and Hiroshi stared at each other, creating a formless pressure in the atmosphere. After a few seconds passed between them, Hiroshi dashed forward and swung his sword downwards. Kagura defended with his own sword and used it to parry Hiroshi's attack before counter-striking with a stab at Hiroshi's chest. Hiroshi expertly sidestepped and used his katana to knock Kagura's sword to the side before stabbing at Kagura's neck. This forced Kagura to tilt his head to the side to dodge and duck below Hiroshi's sword as he swept at Hiroshi's feet with his katana. Hiroshi quickly jumped in the air and performed a backflip, arriving behind Kagura as he slashed downwards at Kagura's head. Kagura quickly raised his katana behind him, blocking Hiroshi's attack before knocking Hiroshi's blade off balance. This forced Hiroshi to loosen his grip on his katana, allowing Kagura to put some force into his swing and knocked the katana out of Hiroshi's hands, ending the match. Kagura's eyes trembled as it seemed to reflect a desire for blood. His breathing grew rapid as his chest rose and fell, itching to do more than spar. However, as he turned to look at Hiroshi and Boruto, his senses quickly came back to him and he reined in his emotions. Chojuro nodded in approval before he declared the match over. Kagura put his wooden sword away as they all walked back. He then praised, "That was a great fight. You both were quite skilled. Boruto, your feint attack shows that you're incredibly creative and intuitive in battle. And Hiroshi, your skills with the blade are quite excellent. I'm sure many of the students at this academy would struggle against you in Kenjutsu. If ninjutsu had been allowed, then I may have lost." Boruto just shrugged and replied, "Heh, sure, your facial expression shows that it didn't take much effort at all." Everyone took a break after and explored the beach and the village some more before night fell, where they all had to return to their hotel rooms. It was then that Hiroshi frowned and looked at Boruto, Inojin, Shikadai, and Mitsuki. "Oi, have you guys seen Denki? I haven't seen him for a while." They all looked at each other confused, but a loud splashing noise hit their window at that moment. Boruto frowned as he opened the curtains to reveal a giant splatter of blood as it formed a message which Boruto read aloud. "We have your friend. If you want him back, then come to pier number 4. Hiroshi frowned. "They kidnapped Denki. What for?" Boruto snarled, "Damn it." It was at that moment that Kagura walked in to check up on them and saw the message. What have they done?" Boruto turned to ask, "Just who are they?" Kagura frowned. "It's Hakiya Zurushi. He was a genin in my class back in the academy. He hates the fact that our village has turned into a major tourist destination." Boruto frowned. "Let's go save Denki." Kagura shook his head. "No, we should first inform Lord 6th Mitsukage." Boruto disagreed. No, if we do that our trip will be cancelled. We can't ruin the trip for everyone. Mitsuki chimed at that moment. Hey, aren't you strong, Kagura? If you help us out we should be able to solve this without any help from the adults. Kagura turned his head in contemplation. But before he could finish, Hiroshi cut him off. Let's not turn this into a huge commotion. Denki is our friend, so we need to go save him. But if we go to the 6th Mitsukage for this, then it's likely going to turn into a village-wide search and everyone will know about this incident. That could have some sort of political ramifications between the leaf and the mist. Besides, it seems these guys are targeting us. That's why they kidnapped Denki and sent us this message. If we fight it out and end up getting caught, if we play our cards right we can just turn it into us kids as having a squabble. But if the adults get involved then it becomes a much bigger deal. Kagura furrowed his brow to think about it for a moment before nodding his head. All right. I'll lend you guys my aid. Kagura, Mitsuki, Boruto, Inojin, Iwabe, Shikadai, and Hiroshi soon made their way to Pier number 4 as the message instructed. It wasn't long before a group of mist shinobi turned up along with a tied-up Denki. Boruto frowned and yelled, "Let Denki go." A mist shinobi with blonde puffy hair who happened to be the shinobi Kagura talked about, Hakiya, simply smirked and replied, "Oh. Sure, as long as you all get on the floor and bow down obediently." Kagura frowned. Hakiya, what's the point of all this? Hakiya smirked. Hey, stay out of it, Kagura. You lapdog for the leaf. This is a war between us and the leaf shinobi. Inojin just gave a doubtful look as if he were staring at idiots. A war? In this day and age? That's a bit far-fetched, don't you think? Hakiya smiled sinisterly. We'll teach you to fear the shinobi of the Blood Mist Village. He then formed some hand signs and shouted, "Crimson Mist Barrier Jutsu." Instantly the area became completely surrounded in thick fog, blocking the view of all those on the outside as Hakiya said mockingly, "Now no one will be able to see and come help you all." Ha 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 ha. Hiroshi smiled and stepped forward. Who says that we need help from anyone? We're more than enough to take you lot on. Boruto smirked and nodded. Yeah. This is actually convenient for us. If others were to find out we were causing trouble, that'd be a problem for us. Your barrier is actually helping us out. Thanks. At that moment all the mist shinobi began their attack, however Hiroshi and the others easily defended and started making quick work of them. It wasn't long before all the mist shinobi were defeated and they were able to free Denki. Denki. You okay? Boruto questioned. "MN." Denki replied. Mitsuki simply stretched his arms and commented, "These were mist genin. Their skills were subpar at best." The rest of the night went on without incident, but that night solidified Kagura's newfound resolve to take up the test for becoming an official member of the Seven Swordsmen of the Mist as the master of the Great Blade Hiramekaya. As the next day rolled around, Hiroshi decided to simply relax and enjoy the ocean air as he laid down on a couch situated on the hotel balcony. Ira joined him as she sat on a chair reading a book. They both didn't feel like walking around the village today, so they simply lazed the day away. However, as night time fell they caught sight of Boruto, Sarada, and the 6th Mitsukage Chojuro sneaking away into the night and off into the distance. Completely intrigued, Hiroshi was just about to follow them when Ira chimed in, "Hiroshi." Hiroshi smirked mischievously and replied, "Come on, Ira. I know you're just as curious as I am. You know, Boruto, it's probably something troublesome. But you also know Sarada. If she's tagging along, then you know it's probably serious. What if they need our help? Let's at least go take a look. Besides, even the 6th Mitsukage is going. What would require the Mitsukage's attention that he would tag along with Boruto and Sarada? Ira frowned and thought for a moment but let out a sigh. Fine. Hiroshi grinned at his success in convincing his sister and dashed off, following close behind Boruto's trail while Ira simply followed. It wasn't long before they discovered Boruto and Sarada as well as Chojuro by a large memorial obelisk containing the names of the notable fallen shinobi of the Hidden Mist. They also took note of 7 mist shinobi wielding the 7 great swords of the Hidden Mist. At that moment Boruto widened his eyes in shock as he exclaimed, "Hiroshi! Ira! What are you two doing here?" Hiroshi smirked. "What? You were going to have all the fun for yourself. Save some for me." Boruto simply grinned. "Heh. Well, we were just getting started." Ira stared at the 7 mist shinobi opposite them and asked, "Who are they?" Chojuro simply sighed at the appearance of Ira and Hiroshi, but remembered what Boruto said, saying how if they treat this as a squabble between kids then they could avoid major political ramifications. He then answered Ira's question. "Those 7 are mist shinobi who don't agree with Kirigakyo's current way of life. Their names are Hoshigeki Shitsuma, Fuefuki Kyoho, Hebai Ichigo, Kurozuki Buntan, Onyuzu Ishirata, and Onamichi Hasaku." Ira tilted her head a bit confused as she asked, "Then, how come Kagura is with them?" Kagura flinched when he heard Ira's question and felt extremely conflicted at that moment. He couldn't help but feel his emotions slightly stir from hearing Ira's voice. However, Shitsuma interrupted at this moment and shouted, "So, not only the son of the 7th Hokage, but the son and daughter of the 6th Hokage have come. Well then, this is the perfect opportunity. We'll begin our revolution by killing the children of both Hokages." He then proceeded to activate the Crimson Mist barrier, creating a thick fog in the area. Without missing a beat, the 7 mist shinobi attacked, splitting up Ira, Hiroshi, Boruto, Sarada, and Chojuro. At this moment Ira stood perfectly still and completely calm as someone approached her. It was precisely Shitsuma. He stood before her smirking sinisterly and said, "Well, I never knew that the daughter of the 6th Hokage was so beautiful. It's almost a shame that I have to kill you. How about it, become mine? I can grant you anything you want." Ira kept her expressionless face as she stared at Shitsuma and the sword he carried and commented, "That blade. If I'm not mistaken, it's the great sword Samehada." Shitsuma slightly frowned at the fact that Ira ignored his proposal. He scoffed and replied, "You know your stuff." "That's right. This is Samehada. This is your last chance. Come join me. Stay by my side. You're a rare beauty after all. And being the daughter of the 6th Hokage, surely you're a rare talent as well. It'd be a waste for you to die here." Once again Ira ignored him. Shitsuma immediately widened his eyes in shock and surprise as he stared at the changes that happened to Ira. At that moment Ira had activated her Bakugan in her right eye and her Sharingan in her left eye. Shitsuma narrowed his eyes in complete focus as he finally realized that the beautiful girl in front of him was no pushover. With Ira's Bakugan she easily saw through the fog and took notice of everyone's situation. Boruto was engaging Kagura in combat, Chojuro was being held up and having a discussion with Kyoho, Hebai Ichigo, and Hasaku, Sarada was locked in combat against Buntan, and Hiroshi stood face to face against Ishirata. Shitsuma frowned and shouted, "If you won't come with me willingly, then perhaps I'll just force you." He then dashed at her with a crazy expression on his face and slashed same harder right at her. However, Ira saw this coming thanks to her Bakugan and Sharingan and expertly shouted, 8 trigrams vacuum palm. Before Same Harder could make contact with her, she blew it away with a powerful air thrust. This left Shitsuma's body vulnerable to an attack as Ira expertly performed a quick spin and struck out with her palm. Shitsuma widened his eyes in complete shock at this unexpected turn of events and quickly shouted, "Water style, water gun jutsu." From his mouth he expelled a powerful water bullet straight at Ira, to which she quickly paused in her attack and dashed to the side, successfully avoiding the attack. Shitsuma frowned in seriousness and remarked, "You dodged that at near point-blank range. Your taijutsu skills are greatly superior to anyone I've seen before. Your Sharingan lets you see the most minute of movements and helps you predict the trajectory of an attack, and your Bakugan lets you have a near-perfect 360-degree view around you. In essence, should one fight you simply using taijutsu, then they would indefinitely lose. I have to hand it to you. Not only are you a rare beauty, you really are a rare talent. Indeed worthy of being the daughter of the 6th Hokage." Ira frowned at Shitsuma's statement and replied, "You have no right to speak about Papa as if you know him. But if you admire my skills so much, then I'll show you just how skillful I am. Everything I know was taught to me by Papa. We'll see just how much longer you can keep that smug look on your face." Shitsuma simply grinned in excitement as he and Ira re-engaged in a fierce battle. Meanwhile, Hiroshi was facing off against the Mist Shinobi Ishirata, who was utilizing the explosive Great Sword Shibuki. Just as Hiroshi backflipped away from Ishirata, his sword smashed the ground, causing a giant explosion. Ishirata smirked and said, "Heh. Ha 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 ha. Kid, give up. You're outmatched." Hiroshi just sighed to himself. This guy uses the sword to produce explosions. It's got a bunch of explosive tags in it. What a pain. I could do the same thing, you bastard. If I trained more in my Keki Genkai, that is. Just as Ishirata rushed forwards with his sword, Hiroshi simply smirked and said, "You should never underestimate your opponent, you know. Especially me." Wood style, silent strangle jutsu. Several large wood tendrils erupted from the ground beneath Ishirata, immediately halting him in his tracks and caused alarm bells to go off in his head. Before he could get ensnared, he smashed his sword downwards, blowing up the wood tendrils, and then dashed backwards to create some distance. "Why, you possess the wood-style Keki Genkai?" Hiroshi just smirked. "What's wrong? What happened to all your bluster?" Ishirata frowned and slowly stepped backwards, disappearing into the fog. Hiroshi smirked at Ishirata's move. "Heh. Man, did you make a mistake trying to hide in the fog? I told you not to underestimate me." Without waiting for Ishirata to make a move, Hiroshi quickly activated his Bakugan, which appeared on his left eye and easily saw through the fog. He spotted Ishirata in the distance and grinned as he formed the ram and snake hand signs, shouting, "Wood style, Grand Garden Emergence." Instantly a small garden of wooden vines, small trees, and bushes erupted from the ground as they hindered Ishirata's movements. The bushes, small trees, and vines easily restricted Ishirata's movements before finally capturing him in a tight hold. Hiroshi grinned at his success and quickly formed the snake sign, saying, "Wood style, wood snake jutsu." A wooden snake dashed out from his arm with great speed and easily wrapped around Ishirata before biting into his arm, forcing him to release his hold on the Shibuki blade, and also suppressed his ability to mold chakra. Ishirata remained completely ensnared and baffled as he struggled to speak. "How did you find me through the fog? What is this jutsu? Why can't I mold chakra? It was then that Hiroshi revealed himself and walked up to Ishirata showing off his Bakugan. Obviously I saw you with my Bakugan. No matter how thick the fog, don't underestimate the power of my Bakugan. As for my little garden, it's not even close to what my dad can do. I still don't have enough chakra, so this is my version of Dad's deep forest emergence technique. And my wooden snake. Heh, Dad taught me this one. You see, while I may not have enough chakra for the wood dragon or even the powerful wood snake that my dad can use, I can make a small-scale version of the wood snake. It's one of my most powerful tools in my arsenal, meant to suppress my enemy's chakra. As long as they don't possess overwhelming chakra, it gets the job done. Not bad, huh? He then turned to look with his Bakugan at how the others were doing. Bang! Boom! Bam! Ira was still currently engaged in battle against Shitsuma as she dodged, parried, struck, and countered against his ferocious attacks. She performed a flip in the air and expertly dodged a water ninjutsu attack of his at that moment before quickly landing on the ground. TSK. He's got way more chakra than I do. He's physically stronger than I am, but he's slower than me. My taijutsu is better than him, but he won't engage me in close quarter combat. Plus, that blade of his is same harder. He already unsealed it from its cloth form, and that blade absorbs chakra. If I get hit or grazed by it like earlier, then it'll just make him more powerful. I suppose ninjutsu won't really work against him. I can't fight him for too long, or else both my Bakugan and Sharingan will drain all of my chakra reserves. I'll need to trap him, slow his movements, and disarm that blade from his hands. That means I need a jutsu that'll be difficult for him to absorb. And I know just the one thanks to Papa's training. At that moment Shitsuma pointed same harder right at her as it shot out from its hilt at great speed with its sharp teeth and mouth wide open, trying to eat her. With her Sharingan she expertly dodged at just the last second and threw out several shuriken at Shitsuma. Shitsuma grinned and shouted, "Water style, water wall jutsu." A giant burst of water gushed out of the ground beneath him and intercepted the shuriken. However, Ira was inwardly elated at her success and quickly formed the hand signs of hare, ox, dog, and snake, shouting, "Lava style, quicklime jutsu." She quickly spit out a cement-like sticky substance, missing on purpose as it landed a few feet behind Shitsuma. Shitsuma laughed and commented, "What was that?" I admit I was extremely shocked just now. Not only do you possess the Bakugan and Sharingan, you can even perform the lava-style Keki Genkai. But it seems you need more practice. Your aim isn't very good. Ira simply kept her expressionless face as she commented, "I wouldn't be so sure about that." Immediately Shitsuma noticed that he was fooled and caught in a trap. The cement-like substance Ira had used mixed with the water that had pooled around him when he activated his water style. The water helped spread the cement further and had now completely covered his feet, making it extremely difficult for him to lift his foot to move. Just as Shitsuma was momentarily distracted at what was happening beneath him, Ira didn't miss this chance of opportunity and shouted, "Lava style, rubber rope." Instantly a long tan-colored rubbery rope wrapped around the hilt of same harder and tore it from Shitsuma's hands, causing him to widen his eyes in shock. Without missing a beat, Ira formed the hand signs of ox, dog, and snake and shouted, "Lava style, rubber seal." She took a deep breath and spewed out a mass of tan rubbery liquid that covered Shitsuma's entire body, effectively trapping him inside a rubbery net. Just as she finished, she plopped on the ground completely exhausted. Her Bakugan and Sharingan were involuntarily deactivated as she no longer had enough chakra to sustain them. She panted heavily as sweat dripped down the side of her forehead. Some blood stains marred her left shoulder, upper left thigh, and left cheek from her fierce fight against Shitsuma, but she involuntarily lifted her lips into a slight smile as she stared at Shitsuma trapped inside her jutsu, screaming and shouting as he tried to rip himself free from the rubbery net. It was then that the fog around them cleared up. Chojuro had successfully detained the 3 mist shinobi who engaged him in combat, Sarada had successfully defeated Bunta, and Boruto had managed to successfully convince Kagura to stop what he was doing, breaking him free from Shitsuma's psychological control. In the end everything ended peacefully. Boruto, Sarada, Chojuro, and Hiroshi stared at Shitsuma yelling and screaming as he struggled to free himself before turning to look at an exhausted Ira in shock and wonderment. Hiroshi was the first to break the ice as he questioned, "Sis, you can change the attribute of your lava style. Since when?" Boruto and Sarada snapped out of their thoughts and turned to Hiroshi as they said, "You didn't know? Aren't you 2 siblings?" As they bantered between themselves, Kagura stood off to the side and felt as if he had been freed from a chain that had been weighing him down since long ago as he was lost in his own thoughts. "Thank you, Boruto, Sarada, Hiroshi, Ira. You 4, despite everything that has happened, you didn't abandon me and still treat me as if we are friends. I won't ever forget it." That's it for this video, guys. Hope you like the video. Like, share and subscribe the channel. Also make sure you give me your recommendation in the comment section down below. Thank for watching.